just in case I'm not sure of the weather. Don't be afraid. Okay, now we're going to do something very quickly. Can I have you raise your right hand up? The people that used to raise hand like this, what's the goal? Is it that? Okay, that's another style. I didn't know that there was. I didn't say shake your body, just raise your hand. So let's do it together. 1, 2, ready, raise your hand. It should be at your head or at least. Then turn the hand like this. Turn it to the next person beside you. Make sure, don't slap the person. Just turn it to them. You're already blushing, you are smiling. That's why you should blush. Just turn the hand toward them. You are turning it to me. Turn it toward the person beside you. Now give them a high five. Which kind of high five is that? You patewo? That's not high five, but that's patewo that you did right there. That's a hairstyle. What do you mean? Okay, so we're going to try that again because that high five does not seem like you like your neighbor. So now actually look at your neighbor in the face and give them a beautiful high five. Ask them for their names because during the event, you never know. I can ask you what your neighbor's name is. You can win gifts. If you know yourselves, you're automatically out of the game. Don't bother. I know people that know themselves inside this hall. If you are friends, if you are colleagues, don't bother. Those two people look like you came together. Yes, it's you. You on glasses. You met here. It's a lie. I didn't believe. I'm so sorry. I refuse to believe. Let me see. Do we have people that came from, let me just randomly ask. What side of Lagos did you come from? Mushin. Okay, what side of Lagos did you come from? Lagos Island. Wait, that seems to confuse me. Not that in Lagos, we have mainland and island. When I say Lagos Island, where is that? Help me. Is that not Balogun Marketplace? It's not that place. You see, I don't know this Lagos. So where is Lagos Island now like this? Give me a benchmark. Where is close to Lagos Island? Ebutemeta. Ekpetedo. Are you sure you did not travel to come to this place? It's not that far. You assure me. Okay. What side of Lagos did you come from? You. Yes, you. Sabo. Oh, beautiful. You are our neighbor. Hi, neighbor. What side of Lagos did you come from? Mushin. How about you? Surulere. What do you call it as even though it's past Surulere? Surulere. Surulere. It's Ulejo. Okay, hold on. What side of Lagos did you come from? You didn't come from Lagos? Did you travel in? Like, did you come from another state? Where? Anambra. Oh my God, high five. Can we give a round of applause to her? See, this is why I love to go into the crowd. You never know who is sitting beside you. Where in Lagos did you come from? Unilag. Wait, as soon as they call this name, y'all want to confuse me. Unilag, University of Lagos. Unilag. Now drag the lag. Okay. Hi, Unilag. Let me see. 2 more people. Where in Lagos did you come from? Akute. Aguda. Oh, that's still like Surulere environment. Okay, lovely. How about you, sir? Sabo here. Can you all give a round of applause for yourselves? Every single one of you. Thank you for being here. You could be doing any other thing today. You could be sleeping, resting, playing, watching a movie, but you decided to take a bet on yourself. And for that, we are very grateful. On behalf of the conveners of the Courtroom and Boardroom Summit, we say a wonderful welcome to you. And I know for a fact, based off of the kind of lineup that we have, that it would be impossible for you not to have an amazing day today. However, just in case you are doubting, I want all of us to reassure ourselves together. So we're going to do a quick exercise. Can you put your hand on your chest, everybody? And I want you to say, today, I'm going to enjoy myself. Today, I'm going to learn about myself. And the things I learn here today are going to be applicable in my life, in my choices, and in my career. Please give yourselves a round of applause. You can do better than that. I was not convinced. Okay, I'm a little bit convinced. So I'm just going to give us a brief introduction into what CBS is, right? Now, what happens when, precision in the courtroom, which really today the courtroom is the church, ministry, in the place of God. What happens where you have precision, you have clarity, you have identity, all put in one. And there's vision. What happens when logic meets leadership? What happens when structure meets vision? What happens when you have the power to negotiate, when you have the power to influence, when you have the power to build systems that not only work, but they last, not only last, but they transcend you, your identity, into the next generation, not just your generation. Because whether you're standing before God, whether you're standing before your pastorate, God requires something of your life and your destiny. Meaning, in layman's terms, beyond the speaking in tongues, beyond the praying, beyond the tags on social media, I'm a Jesus girl, Abba's baby, and all those tags that we put. How do you translate the daily life of Christ that you pronounce, that you advertise in your business? Whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a business person, whether you are in the corporate space, we are all called to a higher calling and an assignment. And that's what the Courtroom and Boardroom Summit is. What's the divine relationship, but also the simple yet tasking relationship between being a believer and making sure that it is showing that you are a believer in your daily life. Those are some of the discussions that we're going to be having today. I want to believe that every single person here registered. If you did, for sure, you picked an aspect that you want to deal with today, whether it's calling, identity, stewarding finance, whether it's learning about, your leadership influence, whether it's stewarding systems, you want to be an impactful person. This is the room where we get to deal with all of that. So I say very big congratulations to each and every one of you for being here, for taking a bet on yourself and really going above and beyond. And I cannot wait. I personally, TBJ, Diboma Johnson, I cannot wait to hear the amazing things that you're able to apply. Now, a few announcements. One of the things that you would realize with conferences like this is it can be a lot of information and you don't know where to put it or what to do with it. So I would give you 3 things that you can do to help yourself today. Number 1, make sure that you're taking down notes. Your WhatsApp, your Instagram, your TikTok can take a break for a while. This is serious business. Make sure you are taking down notes. Number 2, make sure you are taking down notes that are applicable to you, your life, your journey, where you are and where you want to be. Because many things will be said. But if they are speaking to people and I'm in 9 to 5, I'm in the corporate space, I want to build a career in the corporate space, I might take down other notes, but I have to know the areas that are important and personal to me. Number 3, actually from this room, because when you're in the room, there's a lot of ginger, there's a lot of energy. Whilst you're here, begin to write down actionable points and steps that you want to take for yourself the moment you leave that door. Because once you leave that door, especially in a state like Lagos, may Lagos not happen to you. As you vex on the road, keke man almost hit you, you forget everything of boardroom. You turn to Lagos babe and Lagos guy. So to help yourself not forget, it's important that you note those things down so that when you get home, it serves as a reminder of what Boma wants to do as an action point from the courtroom and boardroom. Number 2, we have toilets, restrooms to your left and your right. If you need anything, you have ushers on the aisle. Just ask any of them. They will help you. Number 3, let's make sure that we are all tagged with our wristbands. Just in case you're in the hall and you didn't register, please make sure to go back to the registration table outside and get registered. You've already gotten some goodies for being here early. So, there's reward for also being here early. If you also have a friend, somebody that maybe you put register together and the person is not here yet, you want to send them a message, a reminder to hurry them up so that they are here. Finally, we're going to be doing different things today. Please, as you make your videos, as you make your content, make sure to put the hashtag CBS. Make sure to put the hashtag CBS. You can write it in full if you want, but you can just put hashtag CBS, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's your WhatsApp, story, wherever you are. Be excited to share the good news with somebody else. Now, with a round of applause, we're going to practice our applause so that we'll know if you guys are an applauding crowd. Are you ready? So let's do this one. This one is test. Let's just say that we want to clap. Who do we clap for now? Who should we clap for? I bet you clap for me. Let me see if people like me as I'm standing here now. With a round of applause, I'm already on stage, but let's all pretend like I'm not here. Welcome TBJ on stage. Which kind of clap is this? I'll manage it. You don't know me yet. By the time you know me, you will clap better for me. So now, this is the real one. This one is no more fake. I want to do the original one. We're going to be welcoming the person who is going to be giving us the welcome address for today. Right after the welcome address, we're going to have the keynote speaker also give his keynote speech. Please, I'm begging you, honor is something that is very important. Why? If you understand the precepts of honor, you also become a person that is worthy of honor. Everybody wants to be celebrated at some point or the other in their lives. Now, with amazing joy, with excitement, with honor, please welcome on stage Ginikachi Okoro for the welcome address.
Welcome to CBS 2026. I think you're very privileged to be witnessing the beginning of something extraordinary. So you should be excited to be here. It is with Jesus' joy that I have been given the opportunity to give the welcome address. And on behalf of our senior pastors of the Hope Nation, Pastor Imisi Olua and Pastor Olumide Olabi, I want to welcome you all, as well as the associate pastors and Hope Nation across the globe. We are welcoming you to the inaugural summit of the Courtroom and Boardroom, which for me, it's just the beginning of something. It's truly an honor to have, so many leaders, so many professionals, so many entrepreneurs and change agents in the same room. Just to call out why we are doing this, this summit was born out of a profound belief that our faith should not be separate from our work. We should not be someone in your 9 to 5, and then when you come on Sunday or when you find yourself at midweek service, you're someone else. And so our values should not be separated from our leadership. Our values should not be separated from our spaces of influence. Too often, people think that they need to choose between faith and career, between purpose and success. But I believe that we've been called to a dual responsibility. The Bible says that we are called as kings and priests unto our God. And if you remember, priests in those days, their work was in the courtroom, in the temple, where they usher people into the presence of God. And the kings were to adjudicate between economics, between, anything that came to the boardroom at the time. So now that Jesus has come, he has made us kings and priests. There's no dividing line. So we are supposed to show up as such in the work that we do. This summit is a gathering for people who know that they've been called not just to make a living, but to make a difference. People who understand that leadership is not just about titles, but it's about responsibility. People who believe that influence is not just for personal advancement, but it's for transformation. So today we are going to have the opportunity to listen to leaders who have walked this journey and are still working this journey of faith, and people who have had to make difficult decisions in their own journey. People who have had to stand for what is right, who have had to navigate complexity and disruption, who have had to build organizations, who have had to lead people and still stay true to their values and their convictions. But today is not just about listening. I don't want you to just come in and listen. I want you to reflect. I want you to learn. I want you to take copious notes. I want you to, Connect with the people around you. Don't take it for granted that you know the person next to you. If there's someone that you've not met before, this is an opportunity to also network and strike up a conversation. This is an opportunity to ask yourself, who am I becoming in the process? So it can get very exciting in the course of the day, but you should not forget why you are here. You should not forget why you registered to be here on Easter Friday. You could have been sleeping. So please reflect. Please learn. Please connect. It's also about alignment. So I would say, at the end of the day, the goal is not just to be with powerful people in the room, but it's to be people of impact individually, people of integrity, people of influence who make systems and organizations and nations better. Imagine if each one of us live out what we have been called to live out as Nigerians in Nigeria. Nigeria will not be where we are today. So this is a calling. This is also a call to action. Once again, welcome to the Courtroom and Boardroom Summit. We are very excited to have you here, and I look forward to connecting with each and every one of you as the program commences. Thank you very much.
Can we please give another round of applause to Ginika Chiokoro for that welcome address? Thank you very much. You see, you guys are getting better with the clapping. Now you are at 60%. By the time we get to the middle of the event, you would have, by the time they give you 1 or 2 panel sessions and you think of your life and say, I've been doing nonsense all this while. Don't worry. Over here we listen. Hey, whoa, who said we judge? Who is that now? Stop. Let's try that again. Over here at CBS, we listen. We don't judge. You judge yourself. Those of you that want to judge, it's from you we will start the judgment. That we judge is coming from this angle. So I know we have to look out for. If I see any question when we ask for Q&A from this place, I will be the one to mark your name. I will tell you, write your name on your questions so that I know. But don't worry, this is a safe space. That's really the idea for when we begin to have these discussions. I want us to know that this is a safe space. Now we're going to start. We've started already, but we're going to move on along with the keynote address. Let's not forget what I said at the beginning. Please, let's pay apt attention. Now, we're going to be speaking on work is worship, right? And that can sound very clear. It can sound very simple. But how many of us grew up with the idea that worship is song? Me, I've raised up my hand so that I will help you. In case you are feeling shy, I will help you. How many of us grew up believing that when you hear the word worship, it's actually songs? Wonderful. How many of you, Obi, what age were you when you realized that churches started preaching that worship is not a song, worship is a lifestyle, and things like that? I was an adult age. I was no more a child. And it confused me to the T. What do you mean that song is a lifestyle? I should be singing every day? However, these are some of the things, that we can listen to over and over again to help us. Now, one of the things conferences like this does is it corrects notion. The fact that something is popular doesn't make it right. The fact that everybody is saying something or it's trending does not mean it is correct. What is correct is when it is backed by fact and also backed by something higher than just our own ideas or morals, because all of us grew up differently and we all have different morals and ideas. So, with Jesus' joy, with excitement, with the honor code, please help me welcome on stage Pastor Olumide Owolabi as he comes up for the keynote speech. Let that clap be resounding. Let it be resounding. Thank you so much.
Please, you may have your seat. Thank you very much. Please, you may have your seat. How are we doing this morning? Nah, come on, man. I need some energy. How are we doing this morning? All right, so we'll do one small church thing. We'll look at your neighbor and say, get ready. All right, fantastic. I will be taken as the wonderful MC and host. Can we give her a round of applause for the great work she's doing? I think the energy is really contagious, and I needed it so that I could function in the space that I am. So I will be talking about work being worship. And I know that if I'd come here, and especially for those of you that are members of Hope Nation, if I'd started with, can we be in the mood? How many of you have heard that word before? Let's be in the mood of worship. Like, what does the mood of worship mean? Thank you very much. It calls an attention to being solemn. So the next thing you see, two people chatting, let's be in the mood of worship. The next thing, if you are on your phone, let's be in the mood of worship, you drop your phone. Let's be in the mood of worship. Psychologically, you lift up, holy. And the next thing that you do is you shut your eyes. I know there are some of you that don't shut your eyes. We'll get to you in a bit. But essentially, what you start to do is you start to imagine that there is a presence that you need to honor. And you honor that presence, of course, we know it's the presence of God, by certain physical attributes of reverence. You close your eyes because you want to concentrate. You lift up holy hands as a sign that this person is bigger than you and worship is due to him. And we do all these acts. But I do say to you, worship is not only music. I believe that the reason why God has told us to worship him, especially when he said, worship me in spirit and in what? Truth, is because our lives does not only fit into the 2-hour service, 1 hour for some of you that come late, but the 2-hour services that we sit and we are told to be in the mood of worship. Now, let's play a quick game. How many of you are on in a paid employment? Lift up your hands if you may. All right. So if God says that I want you to worship me in spirit and in truth, and worship is just music and is you lifting up holy hands, how many days or how many hours do you do that on a Sunday? Anybody? On a Sunday? I would not even say 2 hours. The entire service, you are not lifting up holy hands. I will be worried if you are in a church that you do that for 2 hours. You might just be in a prison. But you do that for maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour max. But can you tell me the one thing that you do that takes up a significant portion of your 24 hours? Work. Another one, sleep. For some of you, it's come see, come sa, but we'll still get there in another time. But work seems to take up your time. In fact, you have been given a slogan called what? 9 to 5. Now, if you take away 9 to 5 from the times that you are not sleeping, you will see that what is left is actually very little. And if you are in the construct of Lagos, I celebrate those that stay in Abuja and those that are watching from other parts of the country. If you are in the construct of Lagos, you prepare for 9 to 5 by doing 5 to 9. Did you get it? You prepare for 9 to 5 by doing 5 to 9. You wake up at 5 to start your 9 to 5. And then most of you, even though you leave the office at 5, you get home at. So you get what I'm trying to say. Good. So if this makes up the chunk of the time that we have, and work is a chunk of your 24 hours, it does mean that if God says he seeks those that will worship him in spirit and in truth, he must be talking about something around worship at your workplace. And that becomes my introduction to this very short keynote that says work is worship. Most professionals don't struggle with work. They struggle with meaning. You are productive, but sometimes you feel disconnected. And interestingly, some of us have come to a narrative that some parts of our lives matter to God and some are by the ways we choose to live it, our whims and caprice. So what do we do as Christians or as believers? We pray seriously. We worship passionately, but we treat work casually. Because in the world of work, it is your hustle game that must be tight. In the world of work, you can be a bit more frugal or a bit more a certain type of way as different from what you do in church. You have unintentionally separated God from your work. And like as the host said, worship is not music. Music is an expression of worship. Worship is not an activity. It is a posture of the heart. So worship is a life lived in response to God. And I want you to remember that definition because it will be the basis of a lot of things that I'm going to be sharing. Worship is a life lived in response to God, expressed through devotion, alignment, and outcome. If we look at those three words, devotion talks about what you prioritize. Alignment, how you operate. Output, what your life produces. So if worship does not show up in your output, it has not fully matured. And I'm conscious that I'm speaking to people that are believers in today. But I believe that believing God must not be what we are called by ourselves. It must be what people call us. And it is even sweeter when those that are not like us call us believers, because it means that we have done something to them that makes them ascribe what we call ourselves, what we are. Do you understand what I just said? So, your work is not random. Maybe you want to nudge your neighbor and tell them your work is not random. It is a part of your assignment. Tell the other neighbor it is a part of your assignment. So I'm going to break something down for you. Usually, work can also be called calling in some places. And I know some of you have heard something around a primary call and a secondary call. We assume and we believe that the primary call of every individual is a relationship with God. How many of you believe that? It's a primary call, right? It's the basis by which a lot of the things that we do find expression, the relationship we have with God. Then our secondary call is now where a lot of us need definition. Because your primary call does not always have to be your secondary call. Every single person have one primary call. Did you get that? We all have one primary call. And it is to what? Have a relationship with God. But our secondary call is everything you do in response to your primary call. Did you get what I said? Your first and your primary call is a relationship with God. But your secondary call is everything you do in response to your primary call. Your job is not separate from your calling. It is an expression of it. Even in the most ordinary task, you are not working for man. Let me just share something with you. A long time ago, for those that have been football fans, that you know you've been a football fan for over 10 years. Now let me see you raise up your hand. Confidently, you can, over 10 years, good. There was a time in football that we celebrate the goal scorers. But somewhere around the millennials, the 20s, the 2000s, we now started to celebrate something that was called the assists. Are you listening to me? It was never really in the scope of things that we did, because the end of a football is that goals are scored. And when goals are scored, we ascribe glory. You hear the hat trick. You hear the best goal scorer. You hear the person with the most dynamic goal. You know that person that uses a scissors kick to score a goal. That person gets a lot of fame. And man has been told that your primary call must be the things that you do for God, and that must be the it. But nobody looks at the secondary call, the assist. But now in 2025, you now see on score charts not only the highest goal scorer, but the best player with the assist. And can I tell you, they earn good money just being very fantastic assists.
Now, what is that telling you? It tells you that in the space of primary and secondary, it is not the space of bigger or lower. It is the space of what season you are doing what per time. So on a Sunday, you will most likely find me in church and I'm lifting up holy hands. But on Monday, you will most likely find me at work lifting up holy pens and making sure that my pen is not fraudulent. It's the same behavior, the same expectation. So we now start to see that our secondary call is a strong assist to our primary call. So if I allow that to marinate in your mind, I want to ask yourself, how effective is your secondary call in postulating that you believe in your primary call? How have you strategized your secondary call that if I see your secondary call, it reminds me of your primary call? I dare say to you that we see God as the Alpha and the Omega. But in Genesis, God showed us that he can also do secondary tasks. God showed himself as a builder, as a creator. Jesus represented that. The Bible says, yes, Jesus was Messiah, but Jesus also came as a carpenter. We see the disciples also represent that. And one of them that really did an astounding work in the writing of a portion of the scriptures that we hold today, Paul, we saw that Paul was not only a man that was an apostle, he was also a tent maker. We see that every single person that God uses, he uses them, but they also have secondary calls that are aligned to what the Lord is saying concerning them. So I'm here to break a myth. It is not going to be either or. It is a combination of the primary and the secondary. To my dear friend that is in school, you are not learning less in the work of God because you are not standing on the pulpit like I am. And let me just share something with you that for me was so interesting. I ruminated on the story of Saul that became Saul the king, when he was looking for his father's donkey. How many of you remember that story? The Bible said that that man looked, and after a while, he became afraid because he assumed that by this time, my father will stop caring about the donkey. He will start to worry about me. That must have been a man that had done everything to really look for the donkey, and he had gone to the farthest ends, to the point that he had already seen that at the rate I'm going, I might become missing. But did you see that the prophetic word for his life, which was I was going to be king, did not come to him? It came through a servant that said, sir, before we give up, there is a man that actually has the Spirit of God. Let us go and ask him. Now, what if he was that type of person that degrades his staff? And I'm speaking to people here, young CEOs, young entrepreneurs in the room. You have that vision. You are the best tailor in this side of heaven. But just because you have that now, everybody cannot rest, because once a guy is coming, there's trepidation and there's terror. And he listened to that servant. In fact, the money he collected, where did he get it from? He got the money from the servant. He did not have the money because he said that, we cannot go to this great man empty-handed. Let's go with token. And he said, I don't have. And the servant said, sir, I have. Now, would you say that the work of the servant was lesser in the order of how King Saul became anointed? Would you say that work was less, or would you say that was a perfect assist? I'm here to tell you that you do not need to look at yourself in Nigerian language less, because you are in your growing season. There is actually so much strength in the work that you do. If this is truly God's work, mediocrity becomes disrespect. If every single thing I do with the lens of I am doing for God, and no work is less for as long as it is someone that sent me, if I do it with mediocrity, then it is not only a weakness on me, it is an expression of how I see God. Can I say something to somebody? Your work is God's mask. Let me explain that to you. In the medieval era, or in the times of the Bible, you would hear that when people have leg injuries, one of the things that they do is that they cut it off. Because at that time, science had not grown to the place where they could save the human body and save the leg. It was a case of leave the leg and save the human body. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So if somebody goes to war and he was shot in the foot, the next thing you see is somebody bringing a very, very sharp machete and they are just taking it off. And that, at that time, was actually an act of love and mercy. But God saw that and God said that this is not sustained. So God says, I want to do more for the people. And he masked healing in the hands of doctors. So do you see when it becomes foolhardy of us to say that faith is not that we take drugs? Because I asked myself, if I was to go to the level where I can truly believe God for my healing, for something as, we now call it minute, as Panadol or headache, how many people will be subject to failed faith and will die because their faith did not grow? But God now masks his work in the work of a doctor. Because it still takes faith for the drugs to work. It still takes faith for the doctor to be able to properly diagnose. Because if you ask the doctors, a headache can mean 50 billion types of illness. I'm sure you know that a headache is your check engine sign that says something is quite not right. And if you look at your car, your check engine sign could be your alternator. It could be your radiator. It could be the engine itself. It could just be that something went into your fuse and your car just started. It is just saying that something is amiss. So God now starts to put technology and information, or starts to put wisdom in the heart of man's normal secular work. But he is still the God behind it all. If you recognize God in this element, you will not treat what you do for levity. I had an experience where there was no vehicle or there was no Uber. And at that time, I think my car was at the mechanics and I needed to go somewhere fast. And all the Uber drivers said they were on strike. You see that Uber man that you were looking listless now became, Lord, send me a man. Father, I will not prize him. If he says card or cash, I tell him anything you want. What has happened? Scarcity revealed his importance. But he was always important. Because the work he did, or he does, if you choose to do it yourself, you will lose considerable hours. So it does really mean that there is no job that should be seen inferior for as long as it is legitimate and it is meeting a need. I know you are here and you want to be that person that is seen above all and is the head of this and that. And I'm sure you saw the constellation of people that are here and you saw that they were captains of industries, but every captain was serving and is still serving. Work is reverence to God. It's seeing God as the sender and not just the job giver. Did you hear what I said? A lot of us see God as a job giver. We come, we put it in our offerings and we write it, God, give me a job. God gives jobs. But you must also see that he doesn't only give it. He sends on assignment. Still talking about how God masks ourselves in God, how God masks himself in our regular work. God promises to feed the people, but he uses a farmer. God promises to build a city, but he uses an engineer. God promises to fix a problem, but he brings men and women that think. If you think and you give room for quality thinking, you are actually as important as the one that executes. Your work is not just what you do. It is how God chooses to act through you. So I ask you, in the things that you've done, has God really been able to act through you? Has God desired to act, but certain preconceived notions of work has stopped you from letting him act? And I bring that to the fore by the way we treat secular work. They don't pay me enough. I don't need to give my all. I hear you. But we don't give our all because our efforts always match our salaries. We give our all because we are sent by one that expects our all. Oh, I only give my bare minimum. If I do too much, they will take advantage of me. I want to say something to anyone. Before a company gave you a job, they took a chance on you. There was nothing you put in your CV that could not be forged. There was nothing you said you could do that would not be checked. But nobody said that do a 2-week course in your house showing us that you can work under pressure. Send the video to us, then we employ you. You said, I work best under pressure. They said, okay, come. And then the pressure comes. Your literal words of conversion. And then you say it's toxic. You know, say, you know. It didn't do balance. Rather than you ask for strength from God, you take away God and you say, God, take me away from the place that your strength can actually make me shine. It's often said that when God wants to give a man courage, He brings you to places where courage is demanded. And then you find out that you have always had courage inside of you because it was part of how you were made. I like the crude oil industry because so many programs come out of it. So many things. We don't pray to have petrol out of crude oil. It's a component of it. You just need the right machine that brings it out. So when God wants to bring out petrol out of you as the crude that you are, He puts you into Dangote or into that refinery, and the refinery squeezes. And then you find out that you are not just that black, thick substance. Inside of you could actually be white liquid that can power a car. If you let God do those things to you, and you see every attempt for work as something that God wants to show His work on, your mentality about how you present and you represent Him will change. The same way you count it as distraction when if you are worshiping, you're like this, I worship you. It's the same way you bring a certain type of reverence when you are serving the coffee beside the head of department because you are his PA. There is a reverence to ensuring the quality of the coffee, the way he likes it, the way he has told you he likes it being done. There is an intentionality not to please him, but to let him understand that the kingdom I represent, excellence is not a negotiable. The moment we start to think of that, work becomes worship. Often it's said that preaching is the highest calling. And I do hear you. And I know that is also the reason why some of you have said that you want to be a pastor. Not because you like the stage, but because you assume it's the highest calling. But I will share this and I'll put it in a wrap. When you see a pilot, and that pilot wants to land a plane, what do you think becomes his most important task right there? When you see a pilot on a plane, and they just told you that we're about 30 minutes to descend, what do you think becomes his highest priority right there? Just to land the plane? I can assure you anybody can land the plane. It just tells you, you just need to leave the plane and the force of gravity will do its work. It will land the plane. But what do you look out for? Landing the plane safely and successfully. Around that time, the pilot could also be someone that says hi to the business class passengers. But you see, at that particular time, his singular most important work is to safely land the plane. I say this, that our serving God and our wanting to please God must move beyond the shores of what we do on Sundays to say, when I come to church, it is important that I serve the Lord in church. And when I get to the marketplace, it is important that I serve the Lord in the marketplace. So you find out that that same pilot, that his singular most important mission is to safely land the plane. When he gets off the plane, his singular next most important mission is to sleep. Because for pilots, what you do not know is that they don't only have a regimented time of work, they also have a regimented time of sleep. So you would not say that his sleep is any less important than him landing a plane. He needs sleep to land the plane. He needs to land the plane well so that he can sleep well. So your work is not just what you do in your secular environment that makes you hustle to get money. Your work is actually your worship. I would say that the reason why we feel that there's a duality is because of something that Aristotle said. Aristotle said this theory is the theory of dualism. He said that all men are like animals except for their ability to think, ponder, and give rational thoughts. So Aristotle started to say that if you are not really thinking, you are not actually a human being. So when people received that word, they now started to measure the level of thinking to be the level of how high that you are. So you see a man that is given to deep thought, you consider him very wise. And the one that is casual in thought, you think is quite foolish. But you forget that even the man that has deep thoughts, when he needs to eat, the woman that has less thought needs to be deep in thoughts to cook the food that makes him eat well. So you see that the balance of the world is that there is really no job that is menial. Every job deserves its respect. But more than respect, every job deserves to be an outlet of an expression of God's excellence through you. I round off by saying this: there is no sacred or secular work. Is it God you represent at your work? That becomes the question. Is it God that you represent? The same God you pray to is the same God you represent in your work. And I beg of you that you think of these things that I'm saying. The same God you pray to is the same God you represent at your work. The same devotion you show in worship must show up in your output. Because when work becomes worship, your thinking changes, your output changes, and eventually your influence changes. Have a wonderful day.
Can we do better than that? Come on, come on, come on. Work is how God is able to act through me. Can we say that together? Work is how God is able to act through me. Okay, wonderful. Now, some people did not come late. They just didn't come very early. You know, I will not call you late. Clock it. Thank you very much, my pastor. Yeah. You know, of course you can't be late comers. I will not call you such. I respect you too much, but you did not come very early. So, those of us that came early, can we say welcome to them? I thought you said welcome to them. Wow. No, now. Can we say welcome one more time? Welcome. Welcome to CBS. If you're just joining us, we hope that you have, I know you will have an amazing day. And it has already started being super amazing. We're going to be moving into another session now, very quickly. But before we do that, we're going to do a bit of an assignment, everybody. Very easy assignment. Don't worry, I won't stress you. That's why I'm your friend today. Ushers, please let the protocol team know that they can come and set up very quickly on stage for the new setup for our panel session. Charity? Okay, thank you. All right. So, in this type of setting now, I saw some people jotting things down, and I also saw some people nodding. Me, I want to know what you were nodding to, because I want us to compare notes. How many of you in secondary school that time, if the teacher is writing, you just don't used to bother? You used to wait to collect notes and go to the... You know, God bless you, because everybody's looking at me like they never copied anybody's notes in secondary school. Me, I needed, because some biology, there were like 52 things in every topic. I can't keep up with the notes. Government, especially art students in the house. It's like we have science students. Azal, how are people many here like that? Wait, science students, raise up your hand. You did people do physics. You encounter physics, then you do it, then you write it in WAEC, then you came out of the other side. Please hold on, because I'm not really sure. Wait. You know, science class, they do physics, chemistry, further math, as if the normal math is not already bad. And the hair, sun, the white. Holy Spirit really helped me. I know from a young age that God is real. Because objective, I don't used to solve anything. After the first 4 questions, B, B, C, Holy Spirit, I had a formula. I will not tell you because the way people are laughing, you are doing like it's only me that did it. You had a formula too. You have to write Holy Spirit. I will now put A, B, A, B, C, D, C, D. So when I count Holy Spirit finish, any alphabet, I write it. Anything I can come up with. And I like my father, he was very encouraging. He would just say, Mama B, just try. Even if not C you get, make it no just enter red. So I was good. If I can pass my remaining art subject. So you people, wait, how many of you willingly chose science class? I'm doubting myself, or people are making me feel bad. You chose science class, or did science class choose you? That's a B. You chose science class. What were you going through as a child? Were you people happy? After the first test, I was so sure that that's not my calling. Because they did that thing where they put all of us. They say all of us will do general. They will not separate us in SS2. I know even reach first term finish before I japa. They now moved me to accounting. And it's me. I like the way bankers used to dress that time. They now ask me. No, banker look like, banker was equals to money in my head. Father, thank you for saving me. I could have been miserable. No, shout out to bankers. I respect all of you. But by now, I feel like they will have arrested me because I'll have put 1 0 where I'm not supposed to put 0. Numbers used to make me cry. Legit. So people did chemistry. Do you remember? Ma, you do science. Hey, Ma. And I know you, Ma. Hey. I don't know what you went to look for there. Ma, Trisha, Ma, you raised hand for science. My coach, Ma. You were a science and arts. You did both. That's like you do literature. That's in that have oxymoron, personification. Then you now added science. You are writing physics and government. It makes sense why you can coach us, Ma. Help me clap for my coach. I knew when the Lord led me to be following you that I'm in the right place. It can't be ordinary. No. How many of us are using the science that we learn in real life now? Wait, now. I know the hand I saw. Wait, secondary school, you did science. Raise your hand. Okay, now, how many of us we are using the science in our daily life? Scientific content creator. That's a revelation. A chemistrificated content creator. I love it. I don't even remember most of this I learned. I'm relearning, unlearning, I'm still learning. That's where I am right now. But that just goes to show that how we start our journeys in life isn't always where we will find ourselves. Regardless, it doesn't mean that how we started was not important to where we are. Because I don't know about you guys, I know that I might not necessarily be using the things that I learned vis-a-vis in class, verbatim, thank you, sir. However, the experiences and the tenets of what I learned are very applicable in my daily life today. You would see it play out I realize that science students, they are very meticulous. I don't know how to put it. Even in the things that they do, they are very science, fact-based, evidence, proof. Our art, in the art world, was spontaneous, we're creative. Let me use English, to cover it. We're very fluid, we're not rigid, but we need the structure too. Amen. And that's the beauty, is that one can't do without the other. Your spontaneity is going to need structure. Your structure is going to need to be flexible so that you're not knocking yourself out the park when it seems like you failed. I remember one of my, roommates, when we were in school. She was a science student and she was a stickler for A is A, B is B. So for the first time, somebody that's never failed before, ever, from primary school to university, 300 level, we were doing this borrowed course from another class, statistics. I fasted that whole semester Because I was like, I can't have carryover. My father has warned me that if I carry over, I'll sell Pepe. He does not have extra money. So I was really praying. I was like, why? I came to art so that I can avoid mass. Why are we borrowing? Borrowing is not of the Lord. They shall borrow statistics and brought. I was like, statistics, that's not like another higher level of mass again. They said we needed it for business students. And I remember that she was so sure that she had passed. And results, university results can be tricky. You can be so sure, and the result is not so sure of you. You are sure. It's just that the result is the one that is not sure of you at the end of the day. And so she, there's this thing in my uni then where you can actually go and say, I want to see my results. But the problem is if they now check everything and you actually did fail, that will not be nice. So you better win your case. Just make sure that you win, whatever you do. So she checked, and apparently she didn't open the back of our question. There was a compulsory question. She had done, TDB, TB, till daybreak. So she was tired. And I remember a statement she made when she came back to the room. She said, I have never failed in my life, and I don't know how to move on from this. Not that I fail, but I don't like the way, but wait, I can explain. It's not that I fail, but I'm familiar with, failure is part of life. That's how they bring me up. I'm aware of failure, but I'm not a failure. You understand? I'm aware that it exists. Boma, you are good. Thank you very much for that. So to see somebody react to failure like that, this is one time in your life now. Dust yourself. Come for summer school. No, just ask, what can I do to make it? I'm not joking, you guys. This girl was getting lean in school, passing out, like fainting in class. So she's walking on the road, she just fall down. At first, I was like, she they fake am. Is it real life? And it was my first experience to realize that there are people who truly don't know what to do when they are faced with situations that they've never been in before. And for the first time, I was grateful that I had strength or capacity to walk through certain things and come out on the other side. So I want you to give yourself a pat on your shoulders and say, you're doing well. Tell yourself, you're doing well. With everything that is happening around you in our very blessed country, amen? You are doing well. You're thriving. The fact that you're able to still wake up in the morning and move and make choices. Can we give ourselves another round of applause? All right. So we're going to be going into our panel session right now. And our moderator for the panel session is Ginika Okoro. Can we give her a round of applause as she comes up stage? Okay. Isn't she looking so beautiful? Right? She's looking so nice. Wonderful. I love it. Ma, please, when you are going, help me to pack your jacket. Thank you very much. What do you mean by you have dibs, ma? You are a guest. You are a guest now. Okay. Now, the first person that we're going to be bringing up stage for the panel session is, are you ready for this? Do you guys remember our clap rehearsal? Do we remember? Do we remember? Do we need to rehearse again? Give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are good students. That means you will gain a lot from this panel session because you're great students. Wonderful. All right. The first person we're going to be having on our panel session today, I'm just going to read all of their names, but please don't come up stage yet. And then, or tell us who is going to be on the panel session. And right after that, we're going to have their introductions, and then they'll come up stage. Okay, please just hold on. My bosses want to pass a message across. All right, first person who will be coming up stage is Mr. Oluwatobi Adeniyi. Can we give him a round of applause?
Mr. Oluwatobi
Now,
Adeniyi
Mr.
is
Toby
the managing
Adeniyi is the
director.
managing director of Unilever Nigeria Limited and has built a distinguished career in the fast-moving consumer goods industry, FMCGs, spanning over 16 years. So when he speaks, you know he's not just speaking, it's from the place of experience. He serves on the executive committee of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria as vice president, multinationals, and has previously served as vice chairman of MANEG, promoting Nigerian non-oil exports. He has a vast experience that spans through sales and supply chain disciplines, including logistics, strategic planning, cross-border sourcing, procurement, factory operations, and project management. His career has broadened his appearances across Africa, Asia, Singapore, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Mr. Toby holds a BSc in Computer Engineering from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and is currently pursuing an executive MBA of Warwick University. He has attended executive programs of Columbia Business School, MIT Sloan, and Talk Executive Education of Dartmouth with a standing ovation and a beautiful clap. Please let's welcome on stage Mr. Toby Adeniyi. Is that the clap that we rehearsed, you people? You want it to be like I was not a Thank you so much. We may be seated. Next coming up stage is the beautiful and elegant Mrs. Funto Iboye. Can I have a round of applause? Mrs. Funto Iboye is a distinguished leader, an accomplished professional, and a passionate advocate for kingdom-driven living and businesses. She is the Chief Executive Officer of 528. It is a global firm specializing in interior design, architecture, and property development, where she leads a team dedicated to creating transformative environments. She's a graduate of Covenant University and a chartered accountant. Funto's career spans across finance, technology, brand management at L'Oreal, and entrepreneurship. Her visionary leadership has earned her numerous accolades, including recognition as one of Nigeria's most inspiring and most eligible women of leadership by Leading Ladies Africa and Mogulets Africa. Recently appointed to the advisory board of an energy company, Funto exemplifies the integration of faith and influence in the marketplace. She is a founder of Recalibrate Academy, equipping kingdom-minded entrepreneurs to lead with purpose and profitability. She's also the author of 8 impactful books, including Recalibrate, Small Girl, Big God, and Warriors of Light devotional for young boys. Funto is happily married to Akinyade Iboye. Gaze, Baba. I have decided. That's it. You people know it. You are doing well. That's our husband. I know greatness. When you go today, you should be saying, I met with greatness today. I know greatness. My apostle greats your husband, your girl, ma. Thank you very much. So Gaze Baba, and they are blessed with 3 beautiful, handsome, amazing children. With a clap, can we please welcome Mrs. Funto Iboye on stage and a standing ovation. Yes, we'll stand. We learned the honor code earlier on in the day. Thank you so much, Ma, for being here. And finally, on this same panel session, we're going to be having Mrs. Tricia Olufemi Olumide, known as Coach Tricia Bees. She's fondly known as Tricia Bees, as we all call her. She's the business fixer. She's one of Africa's most reputable, respected business strategists, entrepreneurs, and impact investors. She has over 15 years of experience across corporate leadership and entrepreneurship. She is a trusted authority on business growth, on marketing strategy, on scalable systems. She's the founder of the Business Lab Academy Africa, an enterprise development platform that has trained over 380,000 entrepreneurs across 22 African countries and cities. With her teachings and digital content reaching millions across Africa and the diaspora, she's also the visionary behind Ziba Resorts. I will pause here small. Have any of you seen the pictures of Ziba Resorts? Have you seen how that? Put your hand and say, I will have money. I'm saying, other people don't want to go on holiday. Before you travel out, you will not first let's tour Nigeria and the amazing places. Put your hand on your head again and say, I will have money. Say, I will go on trips. I will take care of myself. I will visit Ziba Resorts. You people like enjoyment. See the way your voice is loud. Eh? Even Trisha, you're already there now. You need more money. It's like money don't used to be enough. All right. Finally, her impact has earned her global recognition, including being named as IVLP World Fellow by the U.S. Department of State and receiving an honorary doctorate in marketing and communications for her contribution to business education and enterprise development in Africa. Today, Trisha travels globally, speaking to entrepreneurs, executives, and change makers, delivering bold, practical, and deeply transformative sessions that inspire leaders, inspire upcoming leaders, inspire the people around her, and even far beyond reaching, to build boldly, to scale intentionally, and grow beyond themselves. With a standing ovation and a beautiful clap, let's welcome upstage Trisha Bees. We can have our seats.
Thank you so much. And welcome again to CBS, to my panelists. It's an honor to be moderating this session. So before we kick off, just to give you an idea of where we'll be taking this plane to, the topic we'll be focusing on is kingdom influence without titles. It's very easy to think that, before I can influence somebody, then I need to be in a position. But if you listen to what Pastor Lumide talked about, everybody has a role to play, whether you're an assist or you're the goal scorer. And that's where we'll be focusing on. There will be topics around identity, around leadership, around entrepreneurs, how to show up. And we'll be delving into that through the questions. We'll focus on some questions that we've prepared, but we'll also give an opportunity to the audience to also ask questions. So as we go along, if you have questions, please write them down. I think there's also a link that will be put on the screen where you can, scan the barcode and put in your questions if you choose to be anonymous. But when it's time, I don't want you to now, when we say any question, we'll be looking for the questions. Then when one person says, then 10 people want to say, no, we want to be organized. So please take down your questions as we take this forward so that you do not forget and you articulate and you are clear on what you want to achieve with it. With that said, welcome again. I will start with everyone asking one pertinent question because it's very easy for people to hear your profiles and say, God, when? So I want to start from, let's take it back to the beginning of Beningin. No. So I will start with the ladies and then, Toby, I'll come to you. Before we kick off, I want you to take us back to the beginning of your journey, where you started and how your faith has influenced the path that has led you or the path you're taking on today. So it will be a question for everyone, but I want to start with Trisha. So I'm saying, let's take it back to the beginning when you started. How did you start? And how has your faith influenced the path that has led you to where you are today?
Okay. Good day, everyone. Good to be here. My own story is I started because of hunger.
I love it.
I
love it so
It's not
much.
like I had one dream and then so I was in corporate Nigeria up until 2017. I was in agencies and then brand side. So I've worked for many of the multinationals. And in 2017, I was tired of same, and I just wanted something different. And then I stumbled on a report by Smedan. The report stated the number of micro, small, and medium enterprises that were in Nigeria. I'm like, that's a lot of businesses, and I was looking at the challenges they had. And one of the challenges was they are unable to market and sell their business. I'm like, I market for a living. So I entered into teaching. Now, it was strange because I always said I would never be a teacher because my mom was a teacher and she was a representation of no money. So I'm like, that's industry, there's no money. So I'm never, like I always said, I will never be a teacher because every time I saw a teacher, I remembered her Laurel Dasunka that used to offer us on the road.
Wow.
Yeah. So like, no, teaching is not, But apparently God had a different path for me, So I tested it and then I quit my job. I was the category marketing manager in GSK and then I quit. And so I had to teach because there was hunger. Because, you know that ginger, you can do this. When you go for motivational events, and I tell you, you got this. You can quit your job tomorrow. You succeed, So I'm like, yeah, I got this. And then I now quit job that was paying me good salary.
You quit before you knew.
I had housing allowance, newspaper allowance. I had allowances, 13th month, bonus. Yeah, I quit. And I started teaching. So hunger drove me to succeed in teaching. Yes, because what my late father then was like, are you sure? Because this company is doing us well. And I remember what I told him. I said, Dad, I'm not unemployable. So if it doesn't work, I have bosses that would hire me back.
Come on now.
And that's how I ventured into teaching. And I feel like that was just an opportunity for God to showcase himself through me. And then I learned the ropes. But there was one thing that they always told me that, when I'm teaching, I should not mention God because I'll chase away a lot of my potential students and clients. And I'm just like, how do I separate it? So I went against the industry norm. And I created a character called Uncle HS for those who interact with my content. And Uncle HS is Uncle Holy Spirit. Yeah. And I will just go full throttle and share. And there are people who will be like, so that means you cannot teach somebody like me. Bye. But I learned God had to be in it because it was his business. Yeah. And then I went through all of that. And 3 years back, I delved into hospitality. So I'd always said that I would own a beach resort. I didn't know how. But looking back now, I realized that I needed to go through the teaching journey to get to hospitality. Wow. Because everybody that God used to help me build and establish Ziba came through teaching. My mentor, I found him on Instagram. He used to join my Instagram live classes I used to have. And the first time we spoke, I was like, sorry, sir, what are you doing in my class? Because he's a billionaire. Yeah. It's like, that you are very knowledgeable. I said, wow, I am knowledgeable. Because I'm teaching me, we're all up and coming that I'm teaching. So, so when has arrived, he's telling me, and then we built a relationship. He helped me with the building. And then all my investors are from Instagram. Wow. My first investor, my students. Second investor, my students. Third investor, my student. Fourth investor, my coach. I met everybody through Trisha Beers. So sometimes when it looks like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Why am I doing this? I always say that look for the lesson in the journey and enjoy the journey while you're at it. So anyway, I get to Ziba and it's been 3 years and I'm enjoying hospitality.
Amazing.
So that's my journey in a nutshell.
I hope you are writing. No? Hunger is ammunition.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I hope you know. Hunger is a weapon, it's an asset, it's an assist.
In fact, I wrote a post yesterday about it and said, some of you are not hungry enough.
Yeah.
Right? And we weaponize hunger, but it's actually a great tool.
Yeah.
Because the way I was marketing then, I was marketing with so much vigor that people were like, are you owing rent? Yes. You cannot understand, but it brought in the people. So yes, you may be hungry today, flip it.
Yeah.
Like, you have to get to a point where you shame.
Oh.
And you love yourself more than the outcry of people out there. And you put in the work. And damn everything, as long as you are doing it legally, you are doing the right thing. We don't care if you're posting 20 times. Let them talk, you're doing too much. It's not their business. Tea for thanks.
Amazing. We are coming back to that. We're going to circle back to that. But Funto, over to you. I have followed you closely from far. I don't know how to, but I think you understand what I mean. It's very easy to see someone on Instagram, but I am an OG that followed you from since. So I am so excited to be asking you this question. For the benefit of those that do not know, how did you start and how has your faith influenced where you are today?
Thank you so much, Jenica. Thank you for following me so closely for far. And thank you so much, PO, for organizing this. So honored to be here. So I finished school when I was 20. I became chartered at 21. The only reason why I did my ICANN exams was because I remember when I was in my 400 level, Tara Durutui had come to my school to speak. And right as she was speaking, this was me in my 400 level, I just decided that I wanted to be a makeup artist. And she had mentioned that House of Tara was offering scholarships for some people, so I applied. I remember I got my friends, we were fasting and praying that I would get the scholarship, right? And the scholarship result was going to be out, so we graduated in July. The scholarship results will be out in August, right? So that, I was really looking forward to it. August came, I went to check, my name was not on the scholarship, nothing. And I remember just really crying, and I finished crying, and I remember that one of my dad's sister and auntie was based in the UK. She had said to me when my dad died years before then, that don't worry, Dafunto, anything you need, just let me know, I'll do it for you. So I thought that was a good opportunity to send her an email and tell her that, I need money to go to a makeup school, but I don't have money. I just finished school. I wasn't doing I had not started NYSC, right? So I did email her. And interestingly, I had found another makeup school, and it was 50,000 naira, but I didn't have 50,000 naira, So I sent her the link to the school, told her it was 50,000 naira, and I just needed 50,000 naira to learn this makeup, And guess what she did? She responded, copied everybody in the family, my grandparents, all my other aunties and uncles, and all of them were lambasting me. Because when my dad died, my dad died in my 200 level. The remaining 2 years in school, all the family contributed to, send me to school. So all of them, exactly. So all of them were like, So after we finished sending you to school, you want to go and then makeup wasn't popular. Yeah. So you want to go and learn how to be painting faces. What do you mean? Blah, blah, blah. Instead of you to go and do your ICANN. I remember reading that email. I read all the email trail in one evening, and I just, I cried and I slept. I didn't eat that evening. But the very next morning, I woke up 6 a.m. I decided that I was going to go to that makeup school, and I would wait to meet the owner and explain my situation to her. So I did. I got there. I left the house very early. Got there by 7. They were not going to open until 9. When she drove in at 9, she was just looking at me like, "Oh, who are you? What are you doing here?" So I explained that, I wanted to learn makeup, but I didn't have money, that if she could just take a chance on me, that once I start NYSC, I will pay her back the money in installments. And she said yes. And that's how I did my makeup training for 3
If you want to clap.
I did my makeup training. After the training, I went ahead and I got a job. I started NYC then. I got a job with a TV company. I was doing makeup for the presenters and, guests that they will have on different shows. I got 3 brides. I got 3 bridal jobs. And I even did an event. Guess what I tagged to the event? Get rid of your makeup artist. Learn how to do your makeup yourself.
Audacity.
I couldn't believe it. So I did that, and then while I was...
How old were you, please?
I was 21. While I was doing all of this, I was I was going for my ICANN lesson. So interesting thing, ICANN lesson, I'll be sitting at the back. I'll be using my friends and colleagues to do training, makeup, I'll be painting their face. So people thought that I was not serious. Like, they just used to, even the lecturers in the training, they just didn't think that there was anything serious about this girl, because I'll be at the back doing makeup. But guess what? When the results came out, I passed all my exams, all my ICANN exams in one sitting. Wow. When the final result came out, I didn't go and check. It was the class rep. He went to check and he called me. He called me saying, wow, Funto, you passed. He said it in a way that he couldn't believe that I could pass. That's how I passed my ICANN exam. I didn't even go for the induction. But I sent my aunties and uncle, I replied that mail trail and sent them that I've now completed my ICANN. And so from there, I got a job with a tech company. I was the financial accountant. It was a very good job. I had a car and a driver to my role. I was 22, and I was really living large. I was earning money. I was still staying with my parents, so I wasn't using my money. I was not paying rent. I wasn't doing anything, right? And I had started working on my first book. I remember the Sunday I launched my first book in the evening. It was a big event. By the next Monday, I got to the office and I just had this strong sense of dissatisfaction. I just knew that I couldn't continue on this job. This was after about almost 2 years of working there. And for that first book, I'd taken a 1 million naira loan from the company to launch the book, to publish the book.
Because by the time you were working in?
When I was working at that tech firm. When I sent the manuscript to the publisher, he sent me an invoice of 1.2 million naira to publish 1,000 copies in 2013. And I didn't have 1.2 million naira, so I took a loan from my organization to be removing 100K. So at the time, that after the launch, I was owing the company 800K. So I now got to the office and said I just had this strong sense of not working again. But that feeling did not go. I remember by Thursday of that week, I literally went to meet my boss. And thankfully at that time, this organization, there were 4 directors. All of them were in their late 20s. Everybody in the company was young. The company was really a fun company. But you know how I just knew that I couldn't continue here. So I went to meet my boss. He asked me, he couldn't believe it, first of all. Then he asked me all the questions, like, who's trying to poach you? Where are you? I said, where are you going to? I didn't know where I was going to, but I knew what I didn't want to continue doing. Yeah. Eventually, after like almost an hour of asking me different questions, and I said, well, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. Right? And I remember I'd prepared an Excel sheet of how I'll pay back the 800K 1 year. By the time he looked at the Excel sheet, he just smiled and said, no, well, don't worry, we'll write it off. And that's how they wrote it off, and I resigned. I could not even tell my mom that I was resigning. I had to lie to my mom that I was on a 2 weeks leave. Why? Because my mom used to go to MFM. You have a good job. You have a car. You have a driver. You are resigning. They must be chasing you from your father's house. I would have gone to Prayer City for 7 days deliverance. I didn't want any of that drama, so I lied to her. But thankfully, in that my fake 2 weeks leave, someone sends me a LinkedIn message. Someone had met at an event like this randomly, and we just exchanged contacts. And she just said, that there's this opening for the for a role, PA to the CEO of an interior design company, and she just thought to share it with me. I'm like, I'm not doing anything, I'll go. And at that time, I'd not heard of anything called interior design. I didn't know it existed. So I did my research, went, checked up on the company, checked up on the person that I was going to be our PA, and I went for the interview. I remember getting to the interview. It was at the showroom in Victoria Island. And I literally, as I stepped into the showroom, I literally said, wow. In my entire life before then, I'd never seen a space looking so beautiful. Never seen chairs, furniture arranged, colors. Everything was like heaven to me at that time. And I did the interview and I got the role. So this was me. When I was leaving that company, they took their car and their driver. Here and now, what they were even offering to pay me was less. It was not up to half of what I was earning before. But I took the job, and I always tell my assistants now that when I was PA, it's not like now. When I was PA, it was just a glorified name for Bobonishe house girl. I did everything. Somebody was living on my street. I would have to leave the house 5:30 with the person. The person was working in Marina, so the person would drop me in CMS. When I get to CMS, I'll enter a bus to my boss's house in Ikoyi. From that morning, I get to her house around 7. I plan a day, what she would eat with her chef, everything. Wow. I follow her back. I follow her to the office.
Accountant.
Chartered accountant. I follow her to the office. By 9 a.m. we do everything. We go to sites. I follow her. She's going to do her nails. I follow her. Anything she's going to do, I stay with you. Then we close by 6. I follow her back to her house. Wow. From my house, I'll now be entering BRT bus back home. I remember one day, BRT, I got to the BRT station late. There was a lot of people. So I didn't get sitting. I got standing. I stood in the BRT bus and there was traffic. I was hungry, I was tired. I started crying because maybe they are really chasing me from my father. So I'm like, this is me from car and driver to BRT bus. But I did 3 months in that organization before I got a role with L'Oreal. But those 3 months really shaped me, right? After a while, one event like this again, my first book, remember that book? At the event, the convener allowed me to display my books for sale, and the keynote speaker at that event was the MD of L'Oreal at the time. And when he was done with his keynote and he was leaving, he just picked up a copy of my book and flipped through it and said, who did this?
Uncle ID?
Yes, ID, Inang. And he just flipped and said, who did it? And one of the ushers came to call me, and I go and meet him. He gives me his card, and he says, I should come and meet him in his office on Monday. So it's a Saturday. So Monday morning, I'm in his office. Next thing, he calls the HR. Next thing, we're having an interview. Wow. Next thing, I get offered a role at L'Oreal. And that's how I started in L'Oreal. I started as an intern first in the brand management and marketing. Then I went on to assistant brand manager, right? 2 years down the line, L'Oreal had to shut down operations in Nigeria, and they wanted to move me to the Ghana branch. At this time, I was already married. I remember the day ID told me that, they were going to move me to the Ghana branch. I was going to be IR role. I was going to be the brand manager of another product line. I was very excited. I remember getting home and telling my husband. My husband said, my own destiny is not in Ghana. And I'm like, okay, now. If your destiny is not in Ghana, no problem. So I had to turn down that offer, and I stayed. So at that time, I was pregnant with our first child. And L'Oreal paid us a severance package, right? It was a lot of money. Guess what I used my money to do?
To write book.
Nope. You people really think. I bought a car.
I love it. Because BRT was not your portion.
I bought a car. And so I used all the money plus the severance package plus the savings I had. I bought a car. So I had no money. And then I had my baby. So I want to buy Pampers. Babe, we need to buy Pampers. I want to buy granules. Babe, we need to buy granules. I want to buy. So one morning, I had not made my hair in weeks. And I said to my husband, I was driving out. I said, babe, I need 1,000 naira to make my hair. The way my husband responded to me, I thought I asked him for 1 million naira. I looked at myself from up to down. And I remember I was so upset. As I was driving out, I went inside the house. I went to the kitchen. I went to all the plates that were dirty and not dirty. I was because it's not in my mind. It's not 1,000 naira that I asked. But you know what that did to me? It woke me up. It woke me up, and I remember 2 days later, someone sends me a flyer for an interior design training. And it was 120,000 naira. I didn't have the money. But I remember saying to myself that, God, I don't have this money, but if I ask my husband, please, if he gives me, I'll know that this is what you want me to do. And I remember the day I was going to ask him, I made his favorite meal, set a table before him, and when he finished eating, I'm like, babe, there's this. I showed him the flyer, and he says, okay, I should call them and ask if we can pay in 2 installments. I immediately called them before I changed his mind. I called them, and they said yes, and that's how my husband paid for my training. So I go for the training. That season was really, really difficult because my son was just about 6 months. He had started crutch, so I'll drop him in the morning, pick him up at 6 p.m. And we were living in Ikeja. The training was in Lekki. I'll drop my son, pick him up at 6 p.m., strap him in the car seat, drive all the way to Lekki, get to Lekki to class, back him for training during class. Then classes never finished. It was supposed to be 7 to 9, but it never finished by 9. Most times we'll be in class like 10 past 10. And then past 10, I'm driving back from Lekki to, thankfully there's no more traffic. So I used to time myself to do Third Mainland in 5 minutes, be racing back. I did that for 6 months, And then one day after the training, I did internship. One day I was just supervising a property that we're working on. And I just took a picture of myself at the site and posted it on Instagram. And I said, oh, hello, everyone. I'm now an interior designer, something like that. And that, within 2 hours, I got my first 2 clients.
Wow.
One was a corporate space and the other was a residential, and both were above 1 million naira. Wow. And it was so interesting. I was so excited. But what really drove me into that business was because I wanted to have my own money. So I was not thinking, oh, this kingdom, I did not know anything about that one. My own was, I didn't want to be asking anybody for 1,000 naira, and is, but I feel like and this was in November 2016. We celebrate our anniversary every November 1, 2016. Now we're going to be 10 years. But through the years, God has used that business to train me on how to build with Him. So certain things, I moved from using this business as my source. It was like a security. It was a source of income, a source of security, a source of my own thing, to get into that place of surrender. I remember there was a season where, there was so much bills to pay, school fees, rent, different things. And I was just really upset that it was me that had the money at the time to pay for everything. I was just very upset because, you know how life is. You're seeing your own friends, everybody on Instagram, they're flying, they're traveling. Yeah,
school fees.
Exactly, and I was so upset. And I remember just really in my feelings. And God said to me, Funto, this business is not your source. I am. And that kind of did a reprogramming in my mind. Like, I'd looked at the business as my source of everything, my source of identity, my source of livelihood. And God said, this business isn't your source, I am. And from there, God literally started to handhold me on building the business with Him. Different instructions, like several instructions. But here we are today. Yeah,
Thank you so much. It might feel like we're telling stories, but I hope you're taking notes. One of the things that have come through is hunger is what? Is an assist. If you forget anything, your hunger should give you, it should help you think about what am I supposed to do. And another thing Funta said is she didn't know what she wanted, but she knew what she did not want. That's a very good starting point. So maybe you're here and you're confused on where am I? What do I want to do? You can start with what you do not want. And then you walk your way upward. I'll hand over to Toby. I've been very fortunate to know Toby, know his wife, and his story is a very inspiring one, to be honest. But I will leave him to tell it the way he wants to tell it. So Toby, the same question, and short and sweet, because there's a lot we want to get from this panel today.
Yes, ma. So I would start with, very briefly in terms of how, so I've been in 9 to 5 all my life, worked with pretty much one employer. But my journey into that career was very interesting. At the time when I was doing NYSC, the top industries were banking and oil and gas. I was privileged to have done NYSC in an oil and gas entity. And when we finished, I actually did put in the work. I kind of felt like my work was speaking for me, and people had indirectly promised me they would retain me. They didn't promise, but you just had that feeling. And so NYSC, 1 year passed, and one day I was walking into the office, and one security guard. And I always tell this story because I remember the man's face. He just stopped me at the entrance. He said, your ID card has expired. Because NYSC was over. Yeah. And then, I came in with staff boss. So, everybody was stopping like, what happened? Allow him enter now. And then, oh, sorry, then they go and they leave me. So I stood there for a while. And I think the first reality that hit me was nobody owes you anything. Yeah. And also the fact that nothing is guaranteed. Yeah. So I carried my small bag, I went home. And then I realized, I have to start applying for work. And then I did the whole thing, submitted CV. You will see where the security will drop it in one basket by the entrance. Sometimes I'll borrow my dad's car so I can drive into at least the compound. Yeah. Reach and dress well, package, reach the reception and now whisper to the receptionist that actually, ma, I wanted to submit my CV. So I did all of that. And eventually, of course, that period then drew me closer to God. I went to redemption camp on Holy Ghost service. I prayed, because all of a sudden I was, in quotes, stranded in principle. And so time passed, I got employment into a bank, but then you go through their training school. So I went through their training school before resuming. And in that training school, I prayed to God that I want IT department. I don't want marketing. Because in bank, marketing was synonymous for you have to look for, And eventually I got an offer letter for IT, to work in the IT department. And then the organization I had served also called me back for employment. And then my current employer, Unilever, had also offered me employment as well. And that was the least paying offer. I sought advice, I spoke to people. Everybody chose something other than, my current employer. And I felt a very strong sense of urge and curiosity. And there was something my late dad also said. He said, well, all I know is that this company, they've been in existence for a while. Your great-grandmother used to buy their products and sell. He kind of just made that statement in passing. And, something about legacy stuck with me. So eventually I did join. And I say this because choosing the least paying option, when I chose this option, the bank had given us cash card. As at 2009, cash card loaded with about 300K to go and buy suits and everything. And I was broke then. That money, that card, it was somewhere in my wallet. I had to put it in the inner part because it was temptation. Yeah. And so taking that decision, first of all, kind of set me on a path where I'm not chasing my career based on reward. Yeah. And I prioritized the value add and everything else. Maybe as at then, it didn't seem that way. But in hindsight, I can say that now. And then joining and through my career in terms of also how my faith has helped me, my job was synonymous to the church I fellowship, which is Daystar. And I was sharing with Pastor O earlier that I don't know how I found myself in Daystar. I just, on a midweek service, they found myself there. Wow. And was kind of stuck. And at that period, Pastor Sam was doing a lot of preaching about the apostles were not just sent to the temple. They were sent to the cities, to the culture, to the systems. And he would say things like, you should play in politics, how excellence is something that reflects how, you are representing God. And these were things 4 or 5 months into my career, I was sort of being exposed to. Yeah. And therefore, that really played a role in shaping my values and finding my purpose. And at every point in time, whenever I got stuck in my career, whether it's taking a career decision or facing a setback, my focus always shifted to what God is saying. And, part of what, Madam Trish said earlier is a critical decision I made, for example, similar to what she's into now. I actually went to a beach resort. I went to a beach resort for about 2 days, barely eating, zoned out, and just wanted to hear from God in terms of what is the next step I need to take in my career. And the clarity, I came out of that with so much clarity, not knowing that it would lead to, certain steps that would take me to where I am today. Yeah. But I left I was really down at the time. And down in the sense that it was a very different way. I felt like I had accomplished a lot, but I also kind of felt like I wasn't growing. And I came out of that with a lot of clarity, and that helped me, in terms of, okay, this is the next career move. I ventured into another department, different from my core experience, which was a risk because I had built a reputation in operations and supply chain, and I opted to move into sales. And before you know, as we say in Nigeria, before you say Jack Robinson, a few months into sales, they say, okay, Oga, come and do MD. You know, and I was very clear that if I had not really paused to reflect on what God was saying at the moment of disruption, I probably would have taken a different route or decision that would have led me, you know, into another pathway. So that for me was a key learning. And also to say it's important to go to a beach resort. Thank you.
I love it. Amazing, amazing. If you notice, conferences are not a waste. You've heard it from Funto, you've heard it from Toby. You know, conferences are not a waste. You get to meet people. So there's something you should do here is ask the person by you, what's your name? What do you do? Get to know them. It may be the next connection. It may be your wife you are looking at. Don't limit God. Okay, let's switch gears a bit, and I'll come to you, Funto. So, what does kingdom influence look like in a competitive industry like yours? And if you can give examples, that would be great.
What does kingdom influence look like in my industry, or basically in the marketplace?
Yes.
Let me give a story, true life story. In 2018, 2019, one of the very big microfinance banks had reached out to us to come. They were building a multi-story infrastructure, and they had reached out to some contractors, designers to come bid for the space. Eventually, went down to 5. We're part of the top 5. Eventually, we're part of the top 2 that they chose to do the project. And at the time, that was going to be one of our biggest projects, right? And we went through all the processes, negotiation meetings, everything. We finally agreed on, you know, the sum and the contract, and then the contract was sent to us. So they sent us the contract, and one of the key players in that organization had then reached out to me and said, before they even sent the contract, she had called and said, that they're sure that they're going to give us this contract, but that we're going to put a certain amount. They will take, let's say they're going to give us, for example, 10 million naira. Mm-hmm. That's what we had agreed to. But that will put, let's say, 15 million naira. Then we will take the 10 and send you get exactly 5 to. And to be honest, it was really tempting. And like I said, that was going to be our biggest project at that time. And I remember going to, I told my husband about it. I'm like, babe, this is what this person said. I'm like, my heart was just, there was a toggle. And so eventually I go and call my mentor. And he was very clear, like, no, you can't do that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you send an email telling them that you're not going to go ahead with this contract. So this is our biggest contract. Even drafted the email for me and sent it to me. So I just copied it and pasted it and sent the email. And guess what? About a few hours after sending the email, this same person calls me and says, she actually sends a WhatsApp message and says, that she has actually been following me for years before then, and that she's so proud of me that I do not.
Is this the person that asked?
The person that asked for the. So if I had done that, and I was literally shocked, and then she was like, okay, no problem, that they are not going to do that, but that they will still give us the contract, that they still want us to do the job. And also, in my mind, I knew that for some reason, I knew that I shouldn't have continued on that project. But I'm like, okay, since she's not asking for this again, but guess what? That project was one of our worst projects because there were different people who needed different cuts. And because we were not going to give them, they kept making it difficult. At the end of the day, we actually did spend more than the contract sum, right? But that taught me a whole lot, right? That taught me a whole lot in integrity. People are watching you. So kingdom influence, when you say kingdom influence in the marketplace, one, it's not really about the titles, but just that understanding that your life is on display. and people are watching you, what are you going to do? So imagine if I just said, okay, that's how businesses are, that's how it is in the country, that's how people do things, right? I'm just going to do my own. And, imagine if I had done that. This person said she had been following me for years. Yeah. Do you see that? So for me, kingdom influence looks like situations like that, or situations where in your own organization, what is like, when we say kingdom influence, a lot of times there's this quote that I love. I can't remember who said it, but I think I read it in the book. It said the Christian entrepreneur is not the one who puts crosses on their shoes. The Christian shoemaker is not the one who puts cross on each shoe that he makes, but that the shoe that he makes is so good that anybody can attest, anywhere you wear it, so you can attest that this is a good shoe. Right? So in my own work, what's our own level of excellence? Yeah. How do we deliver on the work that we do? Yeah. How do we treat the people who work with us, the people who work for us, whether it's our artisans? Let me just close with this example. Real life story. There was the clients that we were working on years ago as well. And this day was handover day. It was a Saturday like this. At that time, I was living in Redemption Camp. The site was in Lekki. I didn't have a driver. The driver didn't come on that Saturday, so I begged my husband to drive me all the way to Lekki. Before I left the house, I'd called. It was a painter, so we're supposed to do some small painting touch-up while I set up. So I'd called the painter. I'm leaving the house, so let's meet at the site by 11. I said, okay, madam, no problem. I got to the site. It was in there. Called him past 11. Where are you? No, I'm coming in Yoruba. Long and short, the clients were supposed to come by 4 p.m. for the handover. Past 2, I called this man. Where are you? Guess what he said? Madam, binuma, Shagamu, traffic. I didn't know when it came out of me. I said, Koni Dafun. My husband was sitting beside me, car now. I was sitting by his side. My husband looked at me. He could not believe that's such a word. But guess what? My husband was so upset. He said I had to call that man and apologize to me. This John Kennedy said I was not going to call. My husband didn't talk to me until the next day. I eventually called him and apologized. Right? But that situation showed me God has used similar situations like that at the end of the day, to reveal what's in my heart. Yeah. Because when push comes to shove, when you're under pressure, what comes out of you is what's really in your heart. So now we complain about artisans like this, but God is using those same artisans to teach you patience, to teach you long suffering, to teach you kindness. And if I had not, to teach you humility, because this is an artisan that I am paying, you're not even jigger. Why should I apologize to you? It doesn't make sense in the normal world. But those things, because at the end of the day, it's really about the heart. Yes. What God is really looking at is the heart, right? And the scripture says that out of the abundance of your heart, right, your mouth speaks. And it says, guard your heart, because out of your heart flows. So everything that we do flows from our hearts. So at the end of the day, kingdom influence in the marketplace is really about how we yield our hearts to God for Him to do what He needs to do while we're building.
Amazing. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. It could be whether it's integrity, whether you're talking about money. But what I liked about your example is not just in the money part, it's how you treat people. The way you treat people, it's like a ripple effect. It also affects how they would treat other people. So for you, it may not even be that it's an artisan. Maybe there's someone in your team that you are supposed to report to that you know more than. How are you treating the person? Are you going with attitude? There's always something to learn. So how are you showing up? How are you respecting the man on the street? The Okada man that is picking you up and he's insulting you. How do you show up? That's influence, because people don't forget acts of kindness. So it goes beyond even the work that you are doing. We're going to go straight to Toby. And it's similar, but I want to position it with the word politics. Office politics. When we talk about kingdom influence, we feel like politics is a dirty word, especially in the workplace. I don't do politics. You will be there, but I don't want to be the one to tell you. Let the MD tell you by himself. How would you say a Christian in the workplace should show up? Whether it's a political place, whether it's not political, but whether we like it or not, that's the reality we live in. What would be your response to that?
Okay, this is a very, very interesting topic when we say politics. And I often say what we call politics is what Oyibo calls stakeholder management, first of all.
Love it.
At times it's how you frame it and how you approach it. There is the politics of eye service. I'm just trying to, look good or whatever. At the end of the day, the question is, what is your intention?
Yeah.
What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to please man? Or are you trying to get a decision to go through and those sort of things? I think the first thing we need to understand is that politics would always exist. As long as they are human beings, and as long as you need something from someone, it is in your best interest to understand how to sell that need in a way that the person gets it from you. You get what you need from the person. Even from when we were small, we played politics, but maybe we didn't know. There are certain things you approach your dad for. There are certain things you approach the firstborn for.
Yes.
There are certain things you approach the lastborn that's politics in principle. So I think it's, first of all, it's important for you to just settle this in your mind that politics will exist. And you just need to understand who your stakeholders are, understand the level of power they carry when it comes to the decisions. And then you ascribe what you need to do to get them on your side.
Yeah.
So if you're playing politics, for example, to be promoted, then you're playing the wrong politics, because the promotion is not just based on the opinion. I know maybe it varies by organization and by temperament and everything else. But the first thing is for you to do your work.
Yeah.
So if you prioritize politics over doing your work, then in principle, you kind of miss the plot.
Yeah.
So I think the first thing, especially as Christians, we should settle in our mind that politics, if politics is dirty, it is because people of value are abstaining from playing in it. So if you think it is dirty, get into the ring and clean it up.
Yeah.
It's simple. Whether office politics or general politics, that's something that we need to understand, because that we are sent to effect change.
Yeah.
And if we are not, it's like saying the passage that talks about light being hidden under a lamp. So of what use? Why are you scared of getting into the terrain? So for me, that is how I have approached it over the years, which is, look, this, for every scenario or every incident or every event, I try as much as possible without sounding too, sorry, like the MC, me, I'm an engineer, without sounding too regimented. When I need something, I actually map out who my stakeholders are. And I'm very clear. You know who you counter in a meeting. You know who you approach before a meeting. You know who to, maybe there's a deputy that person listens to.
Yeah.
And therefore, you know that if you win the heart of that deputy on this matter, that you've gotten the decision from that department, that head of department. So you invest time in understanding what you need from everyone and also what they will get. Because at times, a lot of us have self-awareness, but you don't have social awareness. And so you don't...
Talk about that.
So it's... Social awareness is, to me, is I need something from you. But I should also be aware that life is not just about what I want to get from you. What does it mean to you? Are you sacrificing something? Or, is it going to be an inconvenience? And therefore, I need to address that when I come to you for that need. If I just come and say, I need you to give me this amount of money because this is a brilliant idea, and I don't say what's in it for you, it doesn't make sense. So there has to be that balance. And that comes from the point of empathy, which in principle is love.
Yeah.
It's not just about what you can get. You want a promotion, you want this approval, this, and then it's all about you That's not, your life is too big for the purpose of your life to be about you alone. And so it has to be something that you approach it always from the perspective of how is it impacting everyone else. So for me, that is how I have approached politics.
I love that. If you want to clap. Shusha, I'm going to switch to you. I feel like this is, okay, we're good. I'll switch to you. And Toby said something about empathy, and it's not about you. For entrepreneurs who at the title, how do you steward that kingdom influence in your space when you know that the politics is played to you, The politics is you are the one that people are trying to impress. How do you steward that title but still ensure that the kingdom is reflected in it?
Okay. I'll say something before I answer the question. I just remembered a lesson I wanted to pull out from the story I told, and it's that do not replace God with people's experiences. So what do I mean? Many times we look at people's experiences and be like, oh, it didn't work for Pew. No go. We're not doing that. Because I was going to do that based on my mom's experience of teaching. Yes. My mom was a teacher, my auntie was a teacher, my friend was a lecturer. Like I had people teaching and they were not earning a lot. So I had a lot of data, research data to back the point that teaching is not a lucrative business. Yeah. However, what did God say about you? So it's good to follow data, but what did God say about you? Because there are different levels in every industry, and your level is a different level. Mm-hmm. So the same thing that wasn't paying all of them, I would sell one course and make $155,000. Yes, in a week, yes. On Instagram.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I feel I'm in the wrong career.
Right? And people are even making more now, than I was making then. So your life is different from her life. It's different from his life. Don't allow other people's experiences play God in your life. Instead, ask God, what am I supposed to be doing? How should I navigate it for profits and to elevate your name? Yeah. Okay? So let's pack that one, right? So the question you asked was basically about being the title and people trying to...
And having to steward that position.
There are different things, right? One point would be you have to be a fair person, right? So I'll go into all of them, but one is fairness. The second is stewardship. And I'll start from stewardship. I always tell myself that I'm not the owner of the business, right? I'm just a steward for this business. The business belongs to God. I think some people are tired of me saying it, but hey, that's your cup of tea. And because of that, I have to adorn the garment of responsibility and responsibly run his business. So that alone takes away that title from me. I'm not attached to it. Yes, I'm the current managing director, but I don't own the business. I'm running it for the owner, right? So that helps me stay away from politicking and all that there. Then I apply fairness because I always ask myself, what will God do? Right? So fairness in the sense that I ensure that I do not let anybody be favored because of niceties. So number one, nobody can carry my handbag. Because when I get to work and my car parks, security is there, reception is there, porter is there, and they know. So now they just stay back. Even my driver, don't carry my handbag. So all those things that I know that you are going to do so that you appear nice to MD. Let's do the work you will be judged on that last day. They will ask us the work that we gave you. How did you do it? So we apply the same kingdom principle here. The work that you've been given, your job description, how have you performed on it? Yeah, be nice. Yeah, do all those other extra things, but it's not going to count on that day.
Yeah.
So be sure that the one that is going to count, you are doing it. Another thing that helps is accountability. I'm accountable to other people outside of me. And I think that's one place that some entrepreneurs veil on. We feel like we're the alpha and omega. Everything drops at my table.
Yeah.
And so there's nobody that should tell me what to do. I'm very happy to take corrections and learning. So I have a group of sisters. We are a mastermind.
Yeah.
And if anything, I'm going there to report myself or to ask, what should I do in this situation?
Yeah.
So that helps. So outside of, speaking to God and having spiritual wisdom and backing, I also speak to people who I know have deep wisdom and are able to help navigate that. And above all of that, I want to always ensure that if you come into an organization I work in, you'll be filled.
What do you mean by filled?
Okay, thanks for asking. I look at people not just as, employee 101. I look at you as a creation of Christ. And my time with you, no matter how short, I need to be able to impact something into you. That's when you leave to the next place, you are better for it. So to me, salary is the base impact that I can give to you. How else can I influence you? So is it in your level of excellence? It has to step up. If you work with me, either you will go or you will learn. It's one of the two, right? So I put all those other things above so that you know that it's not about playing games with MDs. This and this, and you learn how to become a better person. So we're very big, for instance, on respect to your colleagues, because we do a lot of eye service to guests in hospitality.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Let me take your bag. But then in the same breath, you are speaking to the porter. You are very foolish. You are very dull. So nobody, including management, can insult anybody in the organization. Right? And then on your level, we fired people for insulting and fighting each other. Like our policies are created in a way that I want to restore humanity to you. Because in hospitality, many of them they take a lot of trash. They talk to them anyhow.
Yeah.
Because the majority of people that work in any hotel are unskilled. It's basically management that's the porter, the cleaner, the people in the kitchen, people that are serving you food. Many of them don't have university degrees, right? So they're used to, nothing can amount from me. Right? So I flip it and say my role in these people's life, based on the God that is inside of me, is to restore humanity to them and make them know that they count and they matter. And no role in this organization is higher than the other. Because if the guests did not eat street food, they're going to write me a bad Google review. And that is from somebody in the kitchen who did not have a degree like I do. So everybody's role is important. So I do all of those things to ensure that when you step out, you'll be like, there's God in this place.
Yeah.
And you feel better. You are a better human for stepping into our organization.
Thank you so much. That was very rich. I feel like there's so much to unpack there. And I'm going to piggyback on a few things you touched on a workplace that has respect. And we know that these days, the buzzword is toxic. Sometimes toxic may even be the person talking. But they will not know. How do you identify, and I'm going to ask both Funto and Toby, how do you identify a toxic workplace versus a workplace that is there to stretch you and help you grow?
I love that question because I think that it starts from the culture. And there's something that I always say, in fact, it's written on the door of my office, the oil flows from the top, right? In every organization, it's from the top. everything flows from whether it's leadership, management, down into, so how people relate and interact with each other in an organization. Just like how Trisha said, she had to ensure that that's part of their policy, right? So, but how do you, the difference between a toxic situation or a toxic organization and an organization where you just have to put in the work, right? It boils down to your culture and your policy. So for instance, in 528, we were big on everyone must take ownership of their role. I'm not here. I don't micromanage anybody. All my years of working 9 to 5, nobody micromanaged me. So I don't know how to micromanage anybody. If you are not doing your work, you have a meeting, we'll have meetings, you go to HR, we'll do trainings. If at the end of the day, you're still not delivering on the level, we're very happy to let you go. And recently, we hired an architect in January. We let him go March 31st. Yeah.
I call that pure. Do you know what pure is? A previously unidentified recruitment error. Please proceed.
But he came during the interview, he spoke very well, he said he could do this, so that I came in, and one, you're not willing to live up to deliver work up to our standard. You're not willing to learn, the way that we do our own work, and then we gave you, grace upon grace, and then it was a good person, right? So we had conversations, different things, did trainings, organized training, but it still didn't deliver. And when we're letting you go, we'll have a send forth, we'll celebrate you and thank you. Just like Trisha said, like restoring. So we are not letting you go. We are not firing you.
What do you tell the people that you are doing this?
HR sends a memo that we are letting this person go, and so we're doing the send forth. Yeah, but it just shows that. No, seriously. Because at the end of the day, we must also understand that just because someone isn't useful in your organization doesn't mean they are not useful to God.
Yes.
A soul is a soul. Jesus died for every soul, right? So at the end of the day, they might not do well here, but God knows where He will take them to.
You release them to their destiny.
So even when you're letting people go, there's a dignity about how you let them go. Yeah, so I think for me is that understanding of, there's ownership, there's excellence, there are standards that are expected. And if you're not meeting up to the standard, we're going to do that. I'm big on training. I'm big on giving people the tools that they require to do what they need to do. So if after we've done all of that and you're still not, so at the end of the day, you're the one who is toxic. And the truth of the matter is, if you leave people like that in the organization, it says your weakest link. What's that? You're as big or you're as great as you. So if you leave that person in the organization, it's going to
seep through.
Exactly. So the earlier you identify and let them go, the better. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, Toby, please.
These are very interesting questions. Because, as someone who has worked a lot in operations, it's a very thin line between you need to deliver targets daily. There is a very thin line between that pressure and toxicity, right? And it's probably something I've learned over the years. And I'll give the advice again from the point of how people can spot it, but also how empathy can help you. Because I think we need to realize that everybody is on a journey of leadership. And at times, it takes wisdom to decipher between, is your boss just downright mad? Or is there something that is pushing him or her to make this kind of demand? So if you rationalize it, for starters, from that perspective, that this person, is it that this person is just naturally wicked and crazy, that they will come on a Friday night and say, we need this thing by Monday morning? Is it that they really just want to ruin my weekend? Or is there something else? When you rationalize some of those day-to-day incidents from the point of empathy, then at least you can tell, okay, if the boss is really and truly a wicked person, then you can take necessary decisions. But more often than not, you realize that it is about the volatility of the world that we live in, that certain things come to you in certain manners. And depending on the level at which you are operating in the organization. Sometimes that volatility in terms of the action that needs to be taken might get to you last. And therefore it feels like the weight of the world or the urgency is dumped on you. The sooner you are able to decipher through these things, the easier you actually settle into being able to lead. Because if it will touch everybody, you will be promoted to by the grace of God. And then let's see whether, you can do it differently or not when certain decisions have to be made. So I always qualify it from that perspective, to say, okay, look, how do you differentiate between, look, from time to time, there could be work pressures or there could be certain things that put people under pressure and it feels like there's a lot of urgency. That's one angle from it. The other angle, which I think Funtua touched on it earlier when she talked about her story, and I think people need to really understand it. If you are building a career or a business, you will be squeezed. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, why are you in the job? Mm-hmm. This thing where they say AI will take over and everything. What then is the difference between you and AI? If there is not something that you add a bit of extra value. And so, certain things, if you look at certain instances or certain experiences as preparation, if you view it from that perspective, that look, this is preparing me. What do I get out of this experience? Is it just something that is torturing me as a human being? Or actually, if I go through this experience, maybe I need to sacrifice some sleep or whatever, but I come out as a better person. And 6 months from now, I can put this experience in my CV. That I was able to manage an operation when the department, maybe 2 people left. We were 3 in the department, 2 people left. I was asked to handle everything. Yes, of course, it feels like they are putting all the pressure on you and they're not paying you the salary of 3 people and all of those things. Or maybe they also need time to recruit. And whilst they are recruiting, the business also needs to go on. Yeah. And therefore, if I look at it from the perspective of, okay, I've taken an added-on responsibility. Whether I'm rewarded for it or not is a separate conversation. And that again depends on what your priorities are. Yeah. But if at that moment you look at it from, you know what, this is added experience that I can add, as a feather to my cap, then you begin to process things in a very different manner. So if you look at it from that perspective, preparation is actually, it's also a practice of faith because you are preparing yourself for what lies ahead. Yeah. And the last thing about toxicity, I just want to say on a lighter note, I've been watching this series on Amazon, The Chosen, which is the story of Jesus and the disciples. I enjoy it because it kind of brings things to life. If you watch that series, you realize that it was quite toxic. Matthew was a tax collector, and Peter looked at him as he was a betrayer, working with the Romans to collect money. And you watch that thing, and you look at the disciples, and you say, this was actually quite toxic. But at the end of the day, there was a sort of end goal. They were clear that this is the Messiah, and at every point in time, irrespective of how much disagreement they had, that sort of became the central force that pulled them together. So toxic culture is such that at the end of the day, you need to invest time to understand the why. Is it that people are just badly behaved? If people are badly behaved to no end, then yes, maybe you should begin to make your plans to go elsewhere. But if you look at it also that, look, this is towards a common goal, a better future for the organization, then you also understand how you can play a role in it and self-regulate yourself. What do you take seriously and what do you drop by the time you're walking out of the office gate, and just move on with your life? Yeah.
I want you, Trisha, to give a spin on this because I saw you nodding. I was like, why did I miss this? Yes. And before you do that, it's time for questions. So I'll be taking questions. Boma will help regulate that. But if you have questions, just indicate and the mic will be brought to you.
I was concurring. What I'll say to this is, Many of us need to, I'm flipping it, many of us need to learn the staying power. We need to build the staying power. I feel like many words have become buzzwords. Not to say that there's no toxicity, but any small thing, mental health, it's very toxic. I'm just like, breathe. Yeah? So I would say sometimes go through it. It builds, so two of the agencies that I worked at, there were two female bosses that everybody said they were the devil in uniform. There was one, my last, and funny enough, she's my best mama. They used to tell me that she used to make grown men cry. Like, grown men will be crying in the office. When she's done talking, she will never say you're mad, you're stupid. But by the time she analyzes you, you'll be like,
Let me be this.
And then people are crying. So they're like, hey, evil, don't walk. And I realized that she's just used to this level of excellence that people refuse to reach.
Yes.
You know, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to aspire to Maguire to get to that level. You know, and what it did for me was it pruned me so much. In that organization, I was promoted 4 times in under 2 years. Never done. Wow. Never done. In fact, the last promotion to account director, you need to go through 4 levels of senior account manager to get. I did senior accounts manager. I entered 1. They moved me to 2. From 2, they jumped me to account director. Because I'm like, yeah, she can be a bit much, or a lot much, but I'm going to sieve it and look for the good. What am I going to learn from this woman? Yes. I'm going to give myself 1 year under her. And I did the same thing in the agency before that one. That one, she can send you an email 2 a.m. And then when you sit down on your chair at 8 a.m., she expects to have seen your reply. And I'm like, as how now? You know, but again, I'm asking myself, what is C teaching me? What am I supposed to learn? Even though some people don't have a life, and they expect you not to have a life, but how can I go around that and pick something? And I feel like those were the times that built me. So now in my business, they're like, wow, how do you have this energy? It's years in the making.
Yes.
I worked under people that were toxic, but they were just actually very much. And we were not used to that level. So I'll say it's okay to learn the staying power. Now, where the person is, being verbally abusive, all that, no. But if it's just the pressure, like the person expects you to do a lot. In fact, there was one account we had, and the account manager was like, she makes me do the work, but when we go to present, she does the presentation to the client, and the client is now hailing her. You're so wonderful, Kiniko. So she wanted the praise. Like, our boss should acknowledge that it's Trisha and Funto that worked on the pitch with me. We're a team, but then they're praising her. And it was such an issue for her, and I looked at her and I said, is praise your problem?
Is that the problem?
Yes, and there are many things like this that we then tag as toxic.
Yeah.
Oh, they gave me 2 people's job, but they are paying me for 1. It's a toxic workspace. Oh, they are taking the praise. Speak out for yourself and all of that, but there will be a time when you will stand on that stage and you're gonna shine.
Yeah.
But till then, be pruned. We don't like to abase. We want to be
abound.
Yeah. Learn to abase.
I love it.
I remember an different experience, but I'll just share one. When I was working in the accounting company, I remember we needed to submit our accounting report for the year by 5th of January. My boss called me 31st of December. I was preparing to go to church. I used to attend Daystar. So Daystar, then we used to go to service. We don't do overnight, 6 to 9. So I was preparing to go to service, and I get a call that I need to be at the office January 1 to finish up on the report. I went to the office January 1. I slept till January 2 to make sure that the report was ready by January 5. So in that case, people in this generation now, that can be very toxic. Yeah. No, I can't do that. You resign. But I stayed on that job. It was because I feel like even because of that, I could have delivered to go and ask my boss to give me a loan for 1 million naira, and he gave me, and he wrote off the balance that I was owing. So yeah, sometimes like we've all said, like you just have to accept the pruning and the stretch. Yeah.
Pastor Emisi will say the stretching will not kill you. It will not kill you. It only makes you better. It makes you stronger and conforms you to the image of God. So just recalibrate your perspective. And something that Toby said was, when you are in that position, you will realize that it's not easy. So you have to have empathy for your bosses, empathy for the pressure they have to bear, that you have no idea what they are going through. So before you tag them toxic, try and understand the humanity of who they are, and it will change your perspective, I tell you. How many questions can we take?
In-house, we can take about 6 questions. That's it. And then...
Sorry. Before you take question, that it was done to you does not mean you should pass down the trauma.
Okay, ma.
You're a prophet.
You know, all these things that we're doing, my parents beat me. No. So I'm going to brief. There are other ways that you can go around it to get productivity out of people. That they did it to you does not mean that you should pass down the mantle. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The barcode is up. We can just scan it. However, you can also just type the address on your phone to browse, right? So you can just do bit.ly/CBS26-QA, the QA in capital letters. So if you have any questions, you can send them there. It's first come, first serve. I'm scrolling. First question I say, I take it. Okay, so do I have anybody? Question here? Okay, your hand is the first one up. Number 1. Any question here? Yeah, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're number 2. You're number... Wow, ma. You will wait. I'm coming first. Okay, so number 5. See, in life, you have to be fast. You don't wait. Any question here? I like that. Understanding students. No question. So I have... Wow, hold on. So I've got number 1, the lady at the back. I've got number 2, the lady with the nice white hair. Number 3 was from that side, the gentleman. Number 4 was from here, but number 4 has gone. Okay. This is number 4. Okay. Then number 5 and number 6. Wonderful. So let's start with, we'll take number 1, number 2, and then we'll take a question online. Number 3, number 4, a question online, and then number 5 and 6.
Fantastic.
Okay, number 1. Please, you have 1 minute. Straight to the question. No stories, no scenario. If not, your mic will be put off from the back so that we can move on.
30 seconds.
30
seconds.
Sorry, they say I even gave you extra time. 30 seconds.
All right, thank you very much. I think my question basically would be, how do we manage people when you do not have all the resources to actually pay them for the worth of the work that they do? Now, it's not a case of you have it and you're not paying them, but you genuinely, maybe they are volunteers and you're not even paying them at all, or the amount of money you're paying them, you know that they're working more than. How do you demand the level of work they should turn out while still maintaining that empathy?
You sell the vision to them. Okay, so in hospitality, there's money we pay called service charge. Service charge is 10% of a particular earning. So for us, it's 10% of all the room sales. We split it across all staff. That's outside their salary. When I started, so they earn service charge 15th of every month and salary 25th of every month. They are ballers. Now, when we started, I could not afford to pay them service charge. And they are used to it where they're coming from. So I put everybody in the room. And I said, this is where I'm going with this brand. If you stay with me, you will enjoy life. But right now, I couldn't afford it. So I will not be upset if you left, but I just want you to know that I have you in mind. I just cannot afford it now. Did some people leave? Yes. But then some people stayed. And as I had it, because I'm a person of my word, I began to effect it. So we started with 3%. And then we moved to 4, 5, 7, and as at December last year, we entered 10% service charge. This is 2.5 years of business. So I've learned not to do past myself. And I've learned to be able to do what? To sell the vision. And then the second way that I've done it in my knowledge business is that I pay you somehow else. So I have many people who had worked with me as Trisha Biz, and I could not afford to pay them. Example, my very good friend Damola. Damola is one of the best geniuses I know in the digital marketing space. If he handles your website, sales will follow you, or your ads, you will be tired of counting money. But I could not afford to pay him his worth. What do? I give him referrals. The same thing I did with my video team, Video Biz. When I started doing videos, I could not afford to pay Harry. But what do? I'll come and post on my page. I say, I have a video guy that is very good. If you don't work with him, I don't know what you are doing in your business. Next thing, he's full. But I didn't give him cash. So I've learned how to pay you in kind. So you have something else that you can pay those people. You just have to be resourceful to yourself and ask yourself, how else? For some people, I pay them with knowledge. So if you work with me, by the time I look into your business and I give you audit, analyze it, I give you strategy, you will not, some of them never charge me again. There's somebody that is like, coach, I can never charge you till I die. That's how much you've impacted my life. So look at all of them, vision, no, anything, no, but there are different ways outside of money that you can pay people.
Amazing.
I will apply for work, ma, after this event. All right, number 2.
Good day, everyone. Good day. There's a back end to this story, but based on time, I'll just, be short about it. So my question is, how do you cope with a boss? Because sometimes it's not about the employee's problem. Sometimes, we are built in different ways. Sometimes it's even the boss or, that has this issue. So now, how do you cope with a boss who plays favoritism in promotion? How do you cope with a boss, right, who punishes you when you are wrong? And when you finally do things that are right, he or she feels that you're actually doing your job. How do you cope with a boss, who goes like for instance, like it's an hello, hi.
Okay.
Am I too fast?
No. I think you've asked.
Okay.
Have you asked the question?
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Can we have one house, please? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have you asked your question?
Okay, so this is the third one, right? So how do you cope with a boss when it comes to, using you as an example, for your fellow employees to be hardworking, dedicated, and all that, your name will be mentioned. But when it comes to promotion, he rather picks people from outside. Like, this is a brand you started with love. You were underpaid, but you stayed. You worked day and night for this brand. Even when this brand has not, it has not even,
okay.
There's risk in everything.
Okay.
But you,
All right. I think we get the question. Thank you so much. It's a MD, sir. All right. MD, sir. Help us. She will be needing your help, sir.
So, I think first of all, what I would say is I can tell that this is something very, very personal to you, okay? And the first thing I would say is don't ever internalize the actions of others, okay? You see, when your work is excellent and when your spirit is right, eventually your words will carry weight and your work will carry weight. So just be patient. Irrespective of what you are going through now, I can guarantee you that as long as your heart is in the right place, that recognition will come. If you ask most people at the pinnacle of their careers, there have been several phases and times where exactly how you feel is how they have felt. I've been through that as well. I've been through a phase in my career where I felt I was putting in a lot of work. I didn't feel, I knew I was putting in a lot of work, probably to the detriment of my health. At some point, I even started developing high blood pressure at a young age. And I can never forget what sort of jolted me back to reality. A friend made a comment and he said, "Oga, if you personalize this thing too much, this your high blood pressure, you die. You have family, you have a wife, you have children. They will move on. Oh. You are still a young man." And I think, you see, what needs to, at times, let me put it this way, and I don't know your particular situation, but when I reflect on my own experience, right, and I'll touch on it very briefly. There was a time in my career where I was meant to go on expatriation to a role, and instead of that, the work had started for me to go on expatriation, and then that process was stopped. And the next role I went to was a logistics role in Ogun State. Right? I went to manage logistics, manage truck drivers, and everything else. So imagine from preparing to go abroad and already searching for apartments, yeah? Then you end up in Agbara, chasing trucks, to the point where even on Christmas Day, so an example that was given, on Christmas Day, I would get into my vehicle, go to Agbara, and work with the team. Because as a leader then, I said, if I tell my people to show up on Christmas Day, then I have to show up as well. So that was a phase in my career where I felt, is this really, really worth it? Am I being recognized enough for the work, that I'm putting in? What gave me, my compass at that point in time was, you know what? Whatever it is that has been placed in my hands, I will do it excellently, to the point that there is no ambiguity in terms of this is what this person has delivered. That was one. The second part of it, which is now, especially to this audience, is the spiritual part of it. Times and seasons. For me, I settled it quickly that, you know what? I'm going to stay in this role. I'm going to learn as much as I can from this role, because there was actually a lot for me to learn. And whether that recognition comes or not, if I get to a point where I feel that, yes, I have done what I need to do and still the recognition doesn't come, then I go where I will be recognized. Yes. But every time I have been faced with those situations, before I get to that point, the recognition comes. And it comes in a manner that is greater than what I had ever expected. And that's why it's important that you also have to settle it, because at times, let's not, do suffer ahead for something God did not send us to do. And so it is important that you stay true. If you know that you are where God has sent you to be, if you know that you are in a position also that at this point in time, it is clear within your spirit, you feel it, that innermost peace that this is where you should be per time. Everything else that is happening is just but for a season. And I know it can be painful, because then you see peers, or at times you see people that maybe are even junior to you, seem to, progress faster than you. And I saw that, by the way, in my career. But I didn't pay attention to it. First of all, I didn't even see it as a race. It's not like me versus them. But I did see people that, joined the business well after I did, that got into positions of authority faster than I did. I could have chosen to, take it that, yes, they don't recognize me or whatever it is. But then, again, in a very short time, the level of progress that I witnessed, it's almost like it's 5, 6, 7 years in one, right? So it is important that at every point in time, you settle it professionally. Is this thing adding value? Are you in a place where whatever it is you're doing, it's adding value? Fine. And then you settle it spiritually. as the foundation, which is this my mission? Is this where I should be per time? Everything else that is happening, you just take that as it's a season through which you would learn, and eventually it will pass. I can guarantee you that few years from now, you will look back at this experience and you will be sharing it as something that you learned from. Thank you.
And let me just quickly add, there's something that TFD always says that sticks in my head. TFD is Tara Fella Dorotoye. She always says that whatever you sow, you will reap it. You just may not reap it where you sowed it.
Oh, I love it.
So I always say that even though you find yourself in this type of situation, do your absolute best. You may never get the recognition there, but you will somewhere else. Because all the diligence, the excellence, the dutifulness, everything you've learned and built here, that they're using you as an example for other people, somebody else will put you on a pedestal elsewhere. That's if this person does not repent too.
All right, so we're going to take online questions. These two questions are kind of the same, so I'll just put it together. What if you are selling a product, a difficult product, monthly loan for business owners, and you are not hitting the target, and there are no incentives? And then the one that also looks like it is, what if you have, you're great with ideation, but not execution? Do you think it is a laziness thing? What can I do? So the first one is, this person is obviously in a loan business. They're not able to, it's a difficult product. They're not able to hit their target. There are no incentives. The other person says, I seem to be great with ideation, but now idea to execution is not coming. Is it a laziness thing? What can I do?
It's not a laziness thing. I always say in business, there are two types of founders, right? There's the starter and there's the finisher. So you need to first identify who you are quickly. So I'm a starter, which means that I get ideas per second and I can launch a business tomorrow. That's how I roll. But then I get bored after a while and then I dump it and I keep moving, right? So I had to identify quickly that, wait, at a point I had 5 courses I had paid school fees for and I abandoned them. Well, like, next. I keep going, next. You know, so what people then do, many times when people are looking for co-founders, is that they try to find somebody else who is the opposite of them. Yes, so if I'm the ideas guy, I must have an executor on my team. Together, we can run it. So it doesn't make you lazy. Can you learn to become an executor? Yes, because I have now learned to stay. But it doesn't make you lazy. It's just who you are, and it's okay to honor your truth. Right? So that's for that person. The person selling loans. Yeah, go and sell on that thing now. What do you want us to tell you?
I think person is taking loans.
No, the person is selling business loans. Like if you want to loan money for your business, but he or she is not hitting their target, and there's no incentives. And so why are you in the job?
Sorry, can I just add to that? You see, if you are selling something, that means there's a demand for it, yes. Technically. That's why that business exists. Uh-huh. And it's important that you spend time to know where your customers are. Mm-hmm. So for me, for example, yes, I'm the MD of an organization, but I spend my time in Agbeni Market. I spend my time in Meduguri. I spend my time in Katsina. I spend my time in Enugu, in Abakaliki. Because it is that Naira and Kobo that adds up to the billions. So if you are in the business of selling loans, then where are your customers? So if you want to sell loans, chances are that when organizations like Smedan and the rest are setting up events, perhaps you should be there. Because the people who are going to Smedan are probably already looking for financing or whatever it is. So know where your customers are. Understand your level of competitiveness. If your interest rate is not competitive, you will struggle. But it's important that you don't just, because I see this at times in sales, you know, people just come and they start selling. They start selling. One thing I do when I go to market or even supermarkets, and I have some brand ambassadors selling our product, you know, I just pose as a regular person and I ask them when they say, oh, buy this. And then I call the name of a competitor, but this other brand has it. Why should I buy? And then they say, hey, it's nice. Say, you know that agency is in trouble. You know, but it's important to really study the needs. What are the needs of your customers? How do you differentiate yourself from everything that is out there? What is your selling story as an organization? That product or that package you're selling, how do you differentiate yourself? So find your customers, go to where they are, and then sell that differentiation story to them.
So let me add, on a serious note, I was asking why you there, but on a serious note, right? If we speak to the particular product that the person is selling, you need to understand the cultural context, right? The cultural context is that a chunk of growing businesses in Nigeria forbid loans, right? So whether it's a Nigerian thing, I don't want to get into trouble, I don't want to, kiniko. Yeah. So you need to understand not just, my customer is a business owner, but understand the cultural context for your industry and for your product so that you know how to frame your sales pitch. Because if you know the objections ahead, you can cut through anything about, say, I didn't speak to my husband, I already knew you were going to ask that. I already, I don't know if I'll pay, I already, so you have to sit down and scenario plan based on on that context. That's one. Two, it's okay that the company is not paying, is it commission they call it?
Interest.
No, it's commission. No benefits, incentives, yes. They are not giving that. We know that. Take this as your time to learn sales. I always say that I can never be broke in life because I'm a salesman. Okay. I know how to sell anything. So take it as I am selling a tough product. I'm going to use this to refine my sales skill, my sales knowledge. So that will be your incentive. You now use what you did here to go and negotiate high salary out there. Do you know what I do? I got 10,000 Nigerian entrepreneurs who don't like loans to take loans. So I need you to pay me $300 trillion. Thank you. Yeah.
I love it. Next question online. Also, I can do a lot, but for every time I try to monetize, I don't feel qualified, and I feel like a copycat because others so close to me or around me are doing the same thing. And this person also says, I have many things I want to accomplish. How can I start and overcome procrastination? Yes, I was going to say, please help us.
I think that the person should first of all start with one thing. Just because you can do many things doesn't mean you should do all the many things at once. So pick in all the many things that you can do, which one do you really love? Which one are you really passionate about? Which one can you really, put your time and resources and energy into? So, we talk a lot about, multiple streams of income. This person is doing this. Everybody should have multiple. Yes, it's good. But you look at people who are really up there, who have eventually started to do multiple things. They actually started with one thing. They built structure, put their diligence, put all of that into that one thing. And by the time that thing grew, they now had enough structure in place that that thing could run without them being there 24/7, and they could build on the other thing. So yes, there's so much you want to accomplish. I know we live in a generation where everything is like microwave. You want everything to happen fast. At the end of the day, especially for us as believers in the kingdom, God doesn't do fast microwave journey with us. He's going to take you on, and God loves slow cook. He's going to to marinate inside. So that's the same way that you're going to focus on one thing. Let God use you to build that thing. And in building that thing, build yourself, build capacity, build the structure that you need. Then you can now be building multiple other things. Yes, you have a coat of many colors. Yes, you are multi-dimensional, but there's that thing that also says you're those are coats, jack of all trade.
Master of none.
Yes, you can actually be the master of all, but you have to be the master of one first. Yeah,
I love it.
Sorry, just in 10 seconds, for that person, if you think you are copying, the question you should ask yourself is, the presence of Coke and Pepsi did not stop Biggie from coming up. So
That's a clock it moment right there.
There's never enough options. You know, the important thing is how you differentiate yourself. Yeah.
I thank you so much for that. Okay, I think it's the same thing. Every time I try to monetize, I don't feel qualified, feel like a copycat. Okay. So number 3, quickly, 30 seconds. Please, could you put the microphone on?
Okay, thank you so much. First, I would want to appreciate the panelists. It's been a very insightful session. My question goes to Tracy. Trisha, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, just want to know your advice to young people that are starting, right? You've highlighted hunger as something that motivated you while you were starting, and your story is very fascinating. Before starting, you've already built this interesting portfolio in the corporate space, right? And for startups, for young people, right, many of us don't have that level of portfolio, but we are hungry as well. So what do you advise them when they want to start, especially in Nigeria, where building and starting a business can be quite very uncertain?
So let me get the question. What do I advise people who want to start a business or start a career?
Start, basically.
Just to start anything.
Start anything, basically, yeah.
Okay, very simple. I say start where you are with what you have. There's the romanticizing of doing it big. Oh, we have to tear everywhere. We have to da-da-da-da-da. Start with what you have. And I always say start fast. Start with the version that you have now. That's why apps have 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. There's an update on the Play Store. They tell us to go and update. Why? Because they keep refining and adding, right? But it's easy to say start. You're like, I don't have resources. I don't have money. I don't have any of that. You will have to get something doing to raise the network for where you are going. Let me take you back. Right, I'm taking you a little back in the story. How many seconds do we have? 2 minutes. Okay, fantastic. When I was in corporate world, I did not understand my career journey. In fact, most HRs called me flight risk. I don't stay. I kept hopping. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here. You know, so I started in digital marketing. I moved to PR. We're handling PR for the biggest brands in the world, Coca-Cola and all of that. Yeah. And then from there, I moved to experiential marketing. I just kept hopping till I ended up in the brand side. And it didn't make sense, but I knew that I was just supposed to be learning. What am I learning? Why am I learning? What am I doing here? I don't know. So if I looked at the integrated marketing comms map, I was just going around the wheel like a rabbit. Why was I hopping? I didn't know. But years later, in 2017, I knew why. Because I was going to teach a diverse network of people, and I needed to understand the different aspects to be able to teach. Does that make sense to you? So why do many people call me? Why do I have hundreds of thousands of students? Because they know that Trisha knows the thing that she's talking about. And even when I left Instagram for a year and came back, nobody could take my space. I came back, and they were waiting. They're like, sell our money, oh, please. Sell something. Collect it, we want it. But in those years that I was doing corporate rigmarole, I didn't understand why. Sometimes I was earning pennies, but it's because there was somewhere I was going. That's one. Now, even in the teaching, I'm like, so I'll end my life as a teacher, but I said we are going to be on the beach, sir. How do we do this beach thing? I was meant to be in the teaching for the number of years I was to raise seed capital for Ziba. Trisha Bees gave me the seed capital. I bought land from all of you's money that paid me for class. Yeah, so all of your money is inside. Does that make sense? But now we are in a rush to get things going. So I always say start with what you have, but do something to earn as you refine and plan towards the idea that you have. And it's not just only money, right? Trisha Bees gave me people. Whether it's investors, whether it's advisors, whether it's the way they market the Ziba for me, even myself, I don't market it. But it's because I had pumped into them so much that many of them feel like they owe me a favor. So there are people who are like, you must go to Ziba. They force their husbands. We're not going to another beach resort in Nigeria. We are going there. Coach has done too much for us. If I didn't take the 5 years prior to when I started buying land to sow into people and to feed them, many times I'm doing Instagram Live free every Wednesday for 3 years. I'm on Instagram teaching. Why am I teaching? Holy Spirit, teach. So do you want to do the hard work? Or we are just waiting to get on the stage and be glorified? Except I was sick. There's Wednesdays when there's no... I will buy fuel to put in the gen, and I have to turn on the gen before I start teaching because I don't know when the lights will go off. So normally I will blow fuel for 1 hour, fuel that I did not really have. But because I cannot be teaching and I'll say, oh, sorry, they took lights. Wait, let me go on. I was staying alone. And I do everything with excellence because to me, I always say excellence is a fruit of the Spirit. So I'm going to show up and show up well. I didn't know that doing those free classes will bring me a mentor who will fund my dreams. You see, when I was building Ziba, my money finished. My mentor sent his team. He has constructed thousands of houses in Lagos. He sent his team to Ziba. They finished construction, and he told his project manager that just open an IOU Excel sheet for Trisha. Don't ask her for a dime. So his team finished building to carcass, and I was owing them millions, tens of millions. How did I meet this person? I met this person teaching free Instagram Live. So when I say do something with what you have, I can give you examples for days. In that place where you are serving, God will send you the help that you need, but they have to meet you doing. So you better do. And if you are going to do in his name, you better do it well. He doesn't do shoddy stuff. Okay. Show up to the entirety of your strength, of your might. You have to come correct. And help will find you. Help always does. You are just not in the place where the help is going to come and meet you. So be doing. Even if you want to start a business in tech, and right now what you can do is to be printing these banners, better print it well. Print it well. Help will come. So that's my summary for people who are looking to start, is do something that can give you money while you are building your ideas, and do it well. And when you get the chance to start that idea finally, it's okay to start it at the base level. When we opened with only 6 rooms. Because the money I finished. Even I was owing 10 people by the time I opened, and I could only open 5 rooms. But there could have been the shame of, oh no, I need to wait until everything is done. No, do you know what I did? I put sliding glass in the front, I put door in the back, inside was carcass. Only 6 rooms were operational, and I launched. And then, as I launched, people began to come. You wouldn't know until you try. And they came so much that we were able to pay all the 10 people I was owing, plus a financial institution. And we began to increase. We finished 17 rooms. We had built 17 rooms, but it's only 6 that were working. And the business made way more money. That's why I built a phase 2. We launched August 2023. I built a phase 2 December 2024. Added more rooms, added a new pool, and now I'm building phase 3. I'm adding more rooms, more facilities. Why? It started with a seed. If it's 5 you can do it. If it's 2.5, do it. God will pour increase and blessings on that little. That's your widow's might. And it will expand. But you have to be humble enough to be able to do one. Thank you.
Amazing. That in itself was like a mini masterclass. Thank you so much. Literally, it had everything. Question 4, crowd. Question 4 is at yes, question 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my question goes like this. I'll be directing the question to Mr. Toby. And sorry, I came a bit late. I want to know the name of the speaker.
That's Mr. Toby, Mrs. Funto, Mrs. Trisha. Funto.
Okay, sorry. This phone call. Thank you.
Don't
So the
come
first
late.
question is, what step?
First question.
I'm sorry, I want to.
There is no sorry, right? We had a deal. You actually cannot ask. So the best way is wrap the two questions like moi in one.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yes. But
Okay,
if you not take too long too, they'll be off your mic.
I'll summarize it.
Very good.
My questions are. Okay,
You are still delaying. 10 seconds have gone.
Okay, my question is this. What step do you take as a young employee to kickstart a passionate educational business brand, especially when you're in a toxic environment? And how do you meet up with a referrer that you're not conversant with? Like, for example, they refer a person to you who wants to study Python. Of course, you're a tutor, they feel you know everything. So how do you meet up with such referrer which you are not conversant with? Thank you.
So,
That first part.
sorry, your first question. We want to build a business in. Sorry, could you give her the mic? Could we hand her the mic back, please? Thank you. So take the first question again very clearly.
So I shouldn't rush now.
Yeah, don't rush. I know it's me that say it should be fast. But that first question, just take only the first question very clearly, quickly.
Thank you. Okay, my question is this. What step do a young employee need to take to start up a passionate educational business brand, especially when in a toxic environment, seeking a way of escape when you are there? You already built it in your brain, but you're still there. Thank you.
So basically, you are employed somewhere. You now want to build a business for yourself away from what you are employed to do, Abi. You're not comfortable with what's happening. So like side hustle. Wonderful. Permanent hustle that can make you leave that one you are in. I get it now. So side to permanent. Great.
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that.
It's the business people that will help us. And it's how they are pointing at themselves.
I love that question, and well done. So first of all, I don't know if you met when we're talking about toxic environments and environments that actually stretch you to go. Did you meet that conversation? You didn't meet it? All right, maybe you should go and watch it again. Because where you are might not be toxic. It might just be it might just be a stretching. And like, Trisha said, stretching does not kill you, right? And also like Toby said, sometimes don't take everything personal. Fish out what is useful for your own growth, because you have to grow, especially as someone who's I believe that you're just starting out you just finished school, maybe or NYC recently, and you're just maybe starting out maybe within 3 to 5 years, right? So you need to grow. You need to take on, you need to build capacity. You need to take on roles and do things that will make you grow. And then your question on how to start a sustainable educational business brand that you can be passionate about. So first of all, you want to ask yourself, is that really what you are called to do? That's what you are called to do, to be. Have you started growing? Have you started learning? Have you taken any course? Have you taken anything to, in that area you have? All right, so I think that while you're working in this, because another thing is, especially as believers, you don't want to cheat your current employer by using the time that you're supposed to give into the work that you're being paid to do your side business. I remember when I was writing my first book, I used to stay back in the office. We closed by 6. I'll stay back in the office from 6 to 9. So because my office was in Lekki, I used to go to, and I remember I said I had a driver to my role. So I'll wait, the driver will take me back when the traffic has gone. But I used to stay back in the office to write my first book. So can you create time outside of your work time that you can use to start to develop and build yourself in this other thing that you think that you're so passionate about? I think that's a good place to start. Because guess what? By the time you really start to do that, to grow, to improve yourself, to put in hours into what you think that you're really passionate about, and by the time you start to give out value. How did I start my first book? I started to send, then it was BlackBerry. I just used to do BlackBerry BCs. Do people even know how many people in this room use BlackBerry? I used to send BlackBerry BCs, and then, 3 different people reached out to me at 3 different times. I'd say, all these BCs that you're sending, they are very valuable. Have you thought about, putting everything that you have done into a book. And that's how the idea for the book came about. So by the time you actually feed on value or feed in, grow yourself in that educational, whatever it is that you want to do, start giving out value for free. Start sharing tips. Start looking for organizations that are in that industry that you can volunteer. You can go, maybe weekend, there's an event in that line. You can go and volunteer there. So you can start to get to meet people, build network in that area, and see, as you're growing, you never can tell how you meet somebody, in that field who would offer you a job that can maybe help you leave your toxic job and move into that field. But start with offering value first. Go for volunteering. But go volunteer a lot. Like, Jinika said, events like this, you never know what can happen. It was at a conference, like I said, I got, the MD saw my book, gave me. It was at a conference like this that I met my husband, right? It was at I have so many testimonies from attending conferences like this, right? So yes, start to volunteer, start to, in that line that you're. I hope that has helped.
Thank you so much. We have question 5.
I'll be the first question that she asked.
The second question. And she was entitled to just one question. That's the issue. We need to take the other questions.
The time is up, but we'll have breakout sessions and you can use that avenue to ask more questions.
Wonderful. So let's take question 5.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll take, that's what I'm saying, the last question. And we'll take the other questions during the next session.
Okay.
Quickly, please.
Good morning. My name is Jumoke, and thank you for putting this conference together. So I'm a medical doctor, and I run a business on the side. So as of December, I quit my full-time job to run my business. So I'm trying to scale up my business because my business pays me more than being a doctor. So I just pick shifts. So I'm asking if there are courses you could point me to. If there are courses or books, I've read a lot of books. I've done so many courses, gone to business school, and I still think I could scale and do better in the business. So that's my question.
Okay, so there are different classes online that you can sign up for, but one that comes to head quickly is Marketing and Structure School by Naija Branchik. Have you seen that before? Okay, so go on Instagram, type at Naija Branchik. She's presently selling it now. It's a 12-week school. It's to teach you marketing, structure, and many things in between. So I think that's a good place to start. I think it's 54,000 naira.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the Q&A and the end of the panel session. Please just hold on stage for a picture. Can we have our photographers quickly? Pio, please join. To meet any of these people one-on-one, you know what it will cost you. I, for one, know that, Trisha doesn't joke with her time. I'm sure Mr. Toby doesn't. Probably as well is going today. Same thing with Funto. Thank you so much for that amazing panel session. And to our moderator, thank you so much. So we're going to be going on our break, our first break for today. However, before we do that, for some people that came early, you have number tags. If you got number tags during registration, can you stand up? It's a piece of paper with a number. No, not the tags on your hand. A piece of paper, number 1, number 2, number 3. Stand up. Please stand up quickly. Stand up very quickly. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, 9, 10, 13, 15, 21, 25, 18, 24, 17, 23, 16, 22. Your number tags are with you. Do me a favor. That lady, Charity, could you wave on the guy there? Please just follow them. Very quickly. That's the benefit when we say, emails were sent and we said, come early to the conference. And just like you get emails like that, you probably ignored it, you took it for granted. Now, for those who got those numbers, they're going to be getting one-on-one coaching sessions with in-house coaches today. Can we give a round of applause for CBS? I mean, if you know anything about coaching sessions, it costs you hundreds of thousands now, at least, at the very least in Naira. So if you came early, this is a reward to say thank you for actually honoring that timing, and we don't take it for granted that you came early. Now we have 4 coaches out there, but for the rest of us, we're going to be going on a break. The ushers will lead you through the exit downstairs. You buy food, drinks, eat. We have about 30-40 minutes for that break. In fact, 30 minutes. The remaining 10 minutes is for you to come back and sit down. However, please do not drop your belongings, your phones, your bags, your money. In fact, carry your whole bag with you as you're going to eat. As I am like this, I cannot pursue thief. I know that all of us, nobody is a thief here. Oh, I know that. But between you and I, help me to help us. Okay, so please make sure that you're carrying all your bags, your belongings with you. And when you're coming back, also be very careful where you put it whilst you're taking the break. If you need anything, there's the registration table outside. They're there to attend to you. However, we also still have the ushers who would answer you. Please let me have our coaches, Coach Gineka, Coach Osato, Coach Chidima. You can follow Gineka. She will lead you to and Coach Emilia. Oh, such beautiful ladies. Please, can I come for coaching? I'll choose food or coaching, but I don't know what I will do. But I leave food and touch knowledge. Okay, for the rest of us, we can actually stand up and go on our break. Thank you so much. See you after the break. Okay, so I have to look at what's your time? This is 12:40. 12:40, so we're coming back at exactly 1:30. So 1:10, sorry, no, 10 minutes after 1. 10, you see, I told you I don't know maths, you didn't believe me. See how I'm looking for 10 and 5, 20 and 10. Just give me 10, 30 and 2. Only 30 minutes I'm good with. So please, we're back in the hall, already seated 10 minutes after 1, please. Thank you so much. But for our guests, please, we'll be ushered out. An account today, and it actually becomes active today. You want to get a card with them, whatever you need, they are right outside Providus Bank. Please make sure that you also visit their table. Thank you so much.
much where we Thank you for the price you paid. Here on my skin in love you. Much where we you search much where we you search much where we Thank you for the price. Thank you for the price you paid. Here on my skin in love you. Much where we you search much where we you search much where we Thank you for the price. Thank you for the price you paid. Here on my skin in love you. Much where we you search much where we you search much where we Thank you for the price. Thank you for the price you paid. Here on my skin in love you. Much where we you search much where we you search much where we Thank you for the price. Thank you for the price you paid. Here on my skin in love you. much deeper within. You search much deeper within. You search much deeper within. Thank you for the rest. Thank you for the rise. Here on my skin in love you. Much deeper within. You search much deeper within. You search much deeper within. Thank you for the rest. Thank you for the rise. Here on my skin in love you. Much deeper within. You search much deeper within. You search much deeper within. Thank you for the rest. Thank you for the rise. Here on my skin in love you. Much deeper within. You search much deeper within. You search much deeper within. Thank you for the rest. Thank you for the rise. Here on my skin in love you. Much deeper within. You search much deeper within. You search much deeper within. Thank you for the rest. Thank you for the rise. Here on my skin in love you. Thank you for the price you paid. Here in my skin and shame, in love you. Much power within. You search much power within. You search much power within. Thank you for the past. Thank you for the price you paid. Here in my skin and shame, in love you. Much power within. You search much power within. You search much power within. Thank you for the past. Thank you for the price you paid. Here in my skin and shame, in love you. Much power within. You search much power within. You search much power within. Thank you for the past. Thank you for the price you paid. Here in my skin and shame, in love you. Much power within. You search much power within. You search much power within. Thank you for the past. Thank you for the price you paid. Here in my skin and shame, in love you.
after 1, we're coming. We can only spare 5 minutes. So we can only give you guys 5 more minutes and we have to be back. Please, we are back. If you're still outside, if you're eating, whatever you're buying, you need to start coming back into the hall right about now. Consider it. We have another break session and we're going to allow you to, finish your conversations. Please, if you're outside, ushers, could you please help us? Can we have our ushers please help navigate people back into the hall? We're starting right about now. In another 3 minutes, everybody should be seated so that we can kick off the next part of the program. Please, if you have any of the Providus forms with you, please fill it and make sure that you submit it back before you go, please, so that they can help you whilst we are, in the event. They can actually help you with setting it up so that you can see that the accounts are open or whatever it is you're doing with them is done before we leave. Please, I'm pleading with all our ushers to help announce for those who are outside that might not be hearing me that the CBS is kicking off again. We're done with our break and we're starting the session right about now again. So we need everybody to actually come back into the hall as we continue the program. Thank you very much. We still have a very rich program ahead of us. We have breakout sessions where we're going to break into 4 different groups. We still have a debate session. I'm personally looking forward to the debate session. So you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to be distracted. And so that we can achieve everything that we have on the program without rushing each other, we need to be here quickly. Please, if we still have anybody marketing anything in the hall, we need you to please exit. The break is over. If we have anybody marketing, whether a brand, whether a business, we need you to please stop all other side attraction activities because we are done with the break. It's well past 10 minutes after 1. So right now we're just using this 5 minutes to sit down, relax, and get everybody back to their seats as quietly as possible.
All right, please, can we just worship God this minute? Seated, yeah. Hallelujah. You deserve the glory and the honor as I lift my hands in worship and I bless your holy name. You deserve the glory and the honor as I lift my hands in worship and I glorify your name. For you are great, you do miracles so great. There is no one else like you. There is no one else like you. For you are great. You do miracles so great. There is no one else like you. There is no one, for you are great. You are great. Can you sing? You do miracles so great. There is no one else like you. There is no one. For you are great. You do miracles. There is no one else like you. There is no one. You are the God who was, who is and is to come. Oh, Jesus. Can we say Jesus? Jesus. In you I trust. In you I trust. My life is in your hand. Oh, Jesus. You are the miracle working God. Oh, you are Yahweh. You are Yahweh. You are Yahweh. Oh, you are Yahweh. Yahweh. Oh, you are Yahweh. Alpha. Jesus, you are Yahweh. Oh, you are Jesus. You are Jesus, the lifter of my head. You are Jesus. You lifted me from the miry clay. I set my feet upon the rock to stand. Oh, you are Jesus. You are Jesus. You are Jesus. Oh, you are Jesus. You are Jesus. Yeah. You are Jesus, the Son of God. You are Jesus. You are Jesus. You are Jesus. Oh, you are Jesus. Alpha. Oh, you are Jesus. Alpha. From the pages of my heart, let my worship begin that never ends. To the God of all flesh, from the pages, let my worship to the God of all flesh, for He's my God. Your name is Yahweh. Your name is Yahweh. Oh, you're my God. Your name is Yahweh. Your name is Yahweh. Oh, you're my God. And your name is, and your name is, your name is Yahweh. Your name is Yahweh. For you are my God. You are my God. You are. You are my God. You are my God. You are my God. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are my God. You are. You are. You are. You are. You are. You are my God. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are my God. You are our God. You are our God. You are our God. You are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are the reason why I lift my hands, why I lift my voice, why I sing to you. You are the reason I'm alive today. I am here to say it's all because of you. Say you are the reason. You are the reason. Oh, you are the reason. Yes, you are the reason. You are the reason. You're the reason. Jesus, you are the reason.
Thank you so much for that amazing, wonderful session. We're moving into our breakout pods right about now. And I want us to be set up before our moderators for each of the breakout pods come back. Hope we had an amazing... did you meet somebody? Have you met somebody you've not met? You did not know before? Anybody? Had a conversation? You people are not networking in this place. Hey, that's okay. That's all right. I've met people here. You know, I mean, if you listen to anything that Funto said, conferences like this are where you meet amazing set of people. You never know. Your next business collaboration, your next partnership might just be sitting across you, beside you, at your back. And if you don't step out of shyness, has never helped anybody. If you don't step out of your comfort zone, then you don't get to be helped. Okay, so we were tagged with different tags when we came in. However, I need us to do something for me quickly. So people on this side of the room, right? That's, let me just say row 1, row 2. You do me a favor. Could you just turn your chair this way? Help me stand up, stand up. Then face the curtain. Just turn your chairs to face the curtain. Yes, exactly. Turn it so that you are now backing. Exactly. Turn, turn, turn. You're doing well. Then this side, help me face that side. Help me turn your chairs this way. Let's do it orderly, very orderly. As orderly as can be done. Yes, so in the middle, you guys, help me turn your chairs too. You can turn the chair beside you in case there's nobody to help. Help me turn it this way. Yes, like you're facing this other side of the curtain. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you're just changing the direction of the chair, basically. Statosin, that front line, we may need to take it out so that the coach can. All right. Wonderful. Don't worry, don't worry. You won't need to see me. Just be listening to my voice. Do you understand? So there's no distraction. Yes, we'll now face back. Okay. So, oh no, still, I don't want to stress you people, though. So stand. So if you have the orange tags are to be here. If you don't have orange tag, please stand up. Please, all your personal belongings, carry it always. If you are with your green is this way. Green is this way. Orange to my left, green to my right. If you have the green tag, this way. If you're with the blue tag, there is a guy at that door. Blue tags, there is somebody raising her hand at that door. Just go to that other room. Blue tags to the other room. And then the yellow tags at the back. Yellow tags at the back. So, orange to my left. Green to my right. Yellow to the back. Blue to the other room. Protocol, so don't worry. If you're blue tagged, the other side, please. Blue, that room. Blue, the lady waving her hand at that door. If you're blue tagged, the lady waving her hand at that door. Yellow at the back, yes. So ushers, what you do is you just help me with the seats. Thank you so much. So if you're on the orange tag, it means that you registered for calling, vision, and clarity. Calling, vision, and clarity. That's the identity. 1 to 3 years in business. This is for yellow. They need to go there. Yes, that's the largest. So they need to stand.
Which one is this?
This is the largest. This is quality.